This is the July 25th, 2023 regular meeting of the Chatham County-Savannah Metropolitan Planning Commission. The board consists of Mr. Dwayne Stevens, Chairman, Mr. Travis Coles, Vice Chairman, Mr. Tom Wildwoody, Secretary, Miss Elizabeth Epstein, Treasurer. Board members are Miss Lorraine Bowles, Miss Karen Jarrett, Mr. Joseph Irvine, Mr. Wayne Noah, Mr. Jeff Nortisha, Mr. Cedric Coleman, Miss Tracy Ammett, Mr. Joseph Welch, Mr. Michael Kagler, and Mr. Jay Melder. The MPC Executive Director is Melanie Wilson.
Thank you for the quick quieting. One moment. Let me get a little situated and we'll get going. All right. We apologize for the delay on starting. However, if you guys have not heard, we had a previous meeting that got postponed to today, so we're double loaded. We appreciate your patience. So let's get this underway. Okay, update. All right, thank you. So welcome to the July 25th regular meeting of the Chatham County-Savannah Metropolitan Planning Commission. This meeting is now called to order. Ms. Everett, would you do me a favor, close the door? Okay. And we'll pause for invocation and then we'll go into the Pledge of Allegiance.
Bow our heads in prayer, please. Heavenly Father, thank you for the gifts you give us each and every day, the gift of life. We ask that everybody here, that we make the right decisions for what's best for our community. We ask you to bless the men and women in uniform serving around the world in our country. Protect them and guide them. And Heavenly Lord, we thank you for all that you give us each and every day with your blessings. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Welch, for the invocation. Okay, for staff, petitioners, and members of the public who are participating, our procedures will be as follows. The agenda is broken into several parts. First, notices, proclamations, and acknowledgments. Next, the consent agenda, which consists of items for which the applicant is in agreement with the staff recommendation and there are no known objections. This will be followed by regular business, old business, and adjournment. For each agenda item on the regular business, the staff will make a presentation, and the staff presentation will be followed by a presentation by the petitioner should they elect to do so. The petitioner will be allotted a time frame of no more than 20 minutes. The board may then ask questions of the petitioner or staff for clarification. Afterwards, the floor will be open for public comment. If you wish to comment on an item that the board is considering at that time, members of the public that are in person must fill out a speaker card and give it to staff. If you're participating virtually, use the raise your hand feature on your screen. I'm going to stop for a second. If you wish to speak, I ask that you submit your speaker card now, because once we get going, people moving around trying to submit speaker cards is going to get noisy and it's going to slow down the proceedings. So if you have a desire to speak, please fill out your speaker card now and give it to staff. Okay, so we'll go for the public comment that is attending virtually, use the raise your hand feature on the screen. Do not use the feature until the item you want to comment on is being considered. At the appropriate time, you will be recognized and staff will unmute your microphone. And we ask that you also unmute your microphone. At the end of your allotted time, as determined by the chair, your microphone will be muted and the chair will recognize this next speaker. The total public comment will be equivalent to the petitioner's presentation time. Therefore, it is important that you use the raise your hand feature during the hearing on that item, and if you want to speak on that petition. Once the floor is closed for public comment on a petition, no additional public speakers will be allowed. If you're not certain you want to speak, still use the raise your hand feature, or if you're in person, submit your speaker card, and when you are called upon, you have the opportunity to decline. After the public comment, the petitioner will have the opportunity for rebuttal and then additional needed questions by the board. Finally, the board will take action. Just for some general housekeeping, if you all would, everybody that has a cell phone, which I'm sure is probably everyone, make sure that it is silenced or turned off. I would like for us to be able to move smoothly through this meeting, make sure that everybody has the opportunity for their comment, concerns, questions, be recorded and captured for the record, as well as being heard so that you don't miss what's going on. Additionally, as you see, it's quite a few of you all. If something happens in here that you don't like, or something that happens where you're excited about, please contain your outbursts, because as you see, even with small conversations, just the sheer quantity of people, if I've got 5 small conversations happening, it's going to get loud. So I ask that you keep those things to the minimum, if at all, and if there's an absolute need for you to have any type of conversations or anything of that nature, please step out in the hallway. And even when you step out in the hallway, be mindful that the door is open. So that's just some housekeeping to make sure that we can move smoothly and get through the petitions, and you guys can get on with the rest of your day. All right, thank you. So the next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve, Noah.
Motion is made to approve, made by Mr. Noah and second by Mr. Welch. We'll do a voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries and the agenda is approved. Next item on the agenda is notices, proclamations, and acknowledgements. There are none listed. Next item on the agenda is items requested to be removed from the final agenda. There is one. That is a zoning map amendment at 100 Little Neck Road, a mixed-use plan development. Motion to approve?
Noah, motion to remove.
Second.
All right. Motion on the floor made by Mr. Noah and seconded by Mr. Welch to remove the item requested from the final agenda. We'll do a voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries, and that item is removed. Next, we'll go into the items requested to be withdrawn. There are none listed. Then we'll go into the consent agenda. Again, the consent agenda consists of items for which the applicant is in agreement with the staff recommendation and for which no known objections have been identified nor anticipated by staff. Any objections raised at the meeting will result in an item being moved to the regular agenda. Okay. Where is it? Do we have any? Because I don't have it on my page. We're good on the consent agenda, correct? Nothing, all right. Okay, thank you. All right, so if anybody was here for that item that was removed from the final agenda, you feel free to leave, or you can hang out and see the process. All right, thank you. We'll move into the next item on the agenda, that is old business. There's none listed, which brings us to our regular agenda. First item is a map amendment at 222 West Duffy Street, a rezone from a TN1 to TC1. Petition number 23-003-454-ZA.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Melissa Lito, MPC staff. Petitioner is requesting to rezone the subject parcel at 222 West Duffy Street from a TN1 traditional neighborhood to a TC1 traditional commercial 1 designation, with the intent of renovating the existing building to a restaurant with alcohol sales as an accessory use within the restaurant. The property, let's see if I can open this up. The subject property is, oh wait, hold on a minute. The existing building to a restaurant with alcohol sales as an accessory. The property, 222 West Duffy Street, is .04 acres in size and is located on the north side of West Duffy Street and west of Jefferson Street. The applicant states the existing two-story building would include a restaurant, which would seat approximately 40 to 60 customers. Access to the proposed restaurant would be from West Duffy Street and Jefferson Street. Going through the background of the property, the subject property is currently zoned TN1, Traditional Neighborhood 1. The applicant is requesting the TC1, Traditional Commercial Zoning District. The subject site currently has an existing historic two-story building that was constructed in 1894. And here are the zoning districts where this subject parcel is in TN1 and is requesting TC1 classification, where TC1 is on the borders of Montgomery and Barnard Street. They're about a block away from east and west of the subject property. The subject site currently has an existing historic two-story building that was constructed in 1894 and is a contributing resource with the National Register Victorian Historic District and the local Victorian Historic District. The site was initially constructed as a pharmacy drugstore per the 1916 and 1953 Sanborn maps. This is the 1916 one, and then this one is the 1953 Sanborn map. Per the 1966 Sanborn map, the property was used as a retail store. You can see S is standing for the store. And then this is a photo of the current building footprint, which takes up the majority of the parcel. The property owner has stated that when he purchased the property, it was a restaurant. There are historic images of the building, including signage as West Duffy Cafe, and at another time, the building had signage as Zenny's Restaurant. There is a projected sign for a hair salon currently on the building facing West Duffy Street. The past cafes served breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The establishment's use as a restaurant was in business for over 30 years and closed in 1999, approximately. The property is currently being renovated, and the petitioner is working with the MPC Historic Preservation Division to complete the conditions of a certificate of appropriateness provided in 2022. Let's see if I can try and get site visits, photos for you. All right, so this is the existing two-story building. There are residents to the east and west of the location, as well as both Jefferson and Duffy are a block away from churches. The St. Philip Monumental AME Church, the Mother Church of Georgia, the Sanctuary Church, as well as the Ministry of St. Paul Church. The applicant hosted a neighborhood meeting on July 7th, 2023, on site at 3 p.m., which included Nancy Maya, I believe I'm saying that correct, I'm not sure, the last name, the president of the Victorian Neighborhood Association, and Jennifer Shearer, vice president of the Victorian Neighborhood Association. The meeting was very positive, and the Victorian Neighborhood Association liked the restaurant use and the proposed hours. The development pattern in the immediate vicinity of the subject property includes single-family residential, 2 families, and churches along West Duffy Street and Jefferson Street. Try and show you. Okay. So the property would be accessed from West Duffy Street and Jefferson Street. The closest CATS bus stop is on Barnard Street between West Park Avenue and West Park Lane, which is approximately 485 feet away from the subject property. Because the site is less than 3,000 square feet, off-street parking is exempt within the Victorian District. The subject property does not have room for off-street parking and has never been historically. Let me go over the zoning map with you. The proposed rezoning would allow a parcel independent from its adjacent parcels within the TN1 classification to have a more intense use as a restaurant with alcohol, which is not permitted in the surrounding TN1 neighborhood zoning classification and character of the neighborhood. The other properties in the immediate vicinity are generally 1 and 2 family residential uses. The TC1 uses within a block east and west of the subject parcel, as you see in the map, include in the TC1 include Adler's Package Shop, Al's Fuel Gas Station, Edda's Southern Cafe and Winery, D&D Convenience Store, Egg Roll King, and Home Furnishings. The TC1 uses within a block west of the subject parcel are SCAD Streamliner, which we just approved this morning, retail, and the SCAD building for fashion and accessory design. Go over the future land use map. The comprehensive plan future land use map designates the subject property as traditional neighborhood. The proposed TC1 traditional commercial 1 zoning classification by the applicant is consistent with the traditional neighborhood future land use designation for a small-scale neighborhood establishment. Traditional neighborhood allows for non-residential uses that are compatible with the residential character of the neighborhood. A small local restaurant within the neighborhood scale would be beneficial for the community. However, the intensity of a 40 to 60 seated restaurant with no parking expands any effects the applicant is trying to mitigate within the residential neighborhood. We'll go back to the zoning. Currently, it's in the subject parcel is in the TN1 zoning district, which is intended to ensure the vibrancy of historic residential neighborhoods with traditional development patterns characteristic of Savannah from approximately 1890 to 1920 during the streetcar era. While the district provides for primarily residential uses, it also includes limited non-residential uses that are considered compatible with the residential character of the neighborhood. The TN1 district is intended for use only within the Victorian Historic Overlay District. The proposed TC1 district is established to ensure the vibrancy of historic mixed-use neighborhoods with traditional development patterns characteristic of Savannah during the streetcar and early automobile eras. The district provides for commercial areas that are developed at a mass and scale harmonious with nearby residential neighborhoods. As I go through the zoning ordinance review, regarding suitability and community need, the range of uses permitted under the proposed TC1 zoning have the same uses under the current TN1 zoning, except the TC1 zoning district has a larger list of permitted special use and limited uses than the TN1, with higher amounts of intense non-residential uses that are permitted by right. The proposed TC1 zoning classification would allow for a mix of residential and commercial uses, specifically a restaurant and a special use option to have alcohol as an accessory use to a restaurant use. The area around the subject property is residential in nature with single-family and multifamily residential uses within walking distance from churches and establishments along Montgomery Street and Barnard Street corridors. Whether the proposed zoning district addresses a specific need in the county or city. The proposed zoning request does not address a specific need in the county or city. However, it would permit the adaptive reuse of a vacant building and would permit the use of the property as a neighborhood-scaled cafe restaurant. Whether the zoning proposal will adversely affect the existing use or usability of adjacent or nearby property. The zoning proposal would most likely not have an adverse effect on the adjacent properties or nearby properties if managed as a small-scale establishment. Any adverse effect would depend on how the proposed restaurant's use is managed and the fact that the petitioner has applied for a special use permit where conditions may be applied to mitigate any adverse effects. The TC1 designation allows for a variety of residential and non-residential uses. The district allows for commercial areas that are developed at a mass and scale harmonious with nearby residential neighborhoods. The subject parcel is not considered a commercial area as it is surrounded by residential uses. However, the closest TC1 parcels, as I've mentioned, are situated on the east and west corridors of Montgomery Street and Barnard Street. The requested rezoning would allow for restaurant use and alcohol sales within the restaurant. However, the existing TN1 would allow for a pharmacy, a retail store, packaged food retail, or a mixed-use building with commercial on the ground level and upper-story residential on the second floor. The proposed restaurant shall be of a small scale to support the adjacent residential properties and to mitigate the intensities of the restaurant's use itself. There are no minimum parking requirements for the subject parcel, as the building is 1,274 square feet per floor, totaling 2,548 interior square feet. Per section 9.3.7.d, no minimum parking is required, and for alcohol, restaurants with more than 40 seats do not have a distance requirement in relation to churches, per section C-1207C15. As regards to consistency, the comprehensive future land use map designates the subject property as traditional neighborhood. The existing TN1 zoning district is compatible with this classification. The TC1 zoning classification within the existing TC1 parcels located a block east and west of the subject parcel have a different future land use as traditional commercial. The traditional commercial classification allows for business areas near downtown Savannah or in outlying historically settled areas. This category includes commercial uses that should be compatible with the character and scale of adjacent neighborhoods, most often found among collectors and arterials. Characteristics include walkability, limited or on-street parking, and multi-tenant retail. Even though the TC1 zoning district is compatible with both traditional neighborhood and the traditional commercial classifications, the subject parcel's proposed use must be small-scaled so that the use itself does not create parking, noises, and other nuisances that restaurants generally have. Whether the property to be affected by the zoning proposal has a reasonable use as currently zoned. The property is reasonable for use under the current zoning. To renovate the two-story building into a restaurant use, it needs to be rezoned to the TC1 classification, as a restaurant is not allowed in the TN1 zoning district, but is allowed in the TC1 zoning district. In summary, the petitioner is requesting a rezoning of a corner parcel for its traditional neighborhood TN1 zoning district to a traditional commercial TC1 zoning district at 222 West Duffy Street to renovate an existing two-story building into a restaurant with accessory alcohol sales within the restaurant. The petitioner is requesting a special use permit to allow for accessory alcohol sales within the restaurant. Petitioner hosted a neighborhood meeting on July 7th, 2023, with the Victorian Neighborhood Association's president and vice president on site, and the meeting was very positive. The subject parcel is a corner lot abutting residential and is surrounded by single-family and two-family residences along West Duffy Street and Jefferson Street. It is located within a block east and west of the parcel to TC1 zone properties along Montgomery Street and Barnard Street. The comprehensive plan flume designation of traditional neighborhood. The proposed TC1 zoning classification is to allow for a restaurant with accessory alcohol sales within the restaurant. The traditional neighborhood future land use classification allows for non-residential uses that are compatible with the residential character of the neighborhood. Per section 9.3.7.d, there is no minimum parking required for the subject parcel as the building totals 2,548 interior square feet. And again, for alcohol, restaurants with more than 40 seats do not have a distance requirement in relation to churches per section 6-1207C15. Let me show you our recommendation. Based upon the review criteria, staff recommends approval of the rezoning request. And if this is to be approved, then the special use request would follow on this agenda item. I am here as well as Joshua Yellen, who is the agent for Vintage Home Restoration LLC, to ask any questions, answer any questions.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Ms. Lito. Any questions for staff?
I have one, please.
Mr. Welch?
What made y'all determine the hours from the closing time, 8 p.m.?
Oh, that's in the special use thing, report. It was the applicant that chose those hours, and actually, I have it written, I was going to mention it at the special use presentation, that the hours are actually Monday through Sunday from 9 a.m. until 8 p.m. And those hours were placed by the petitioner, not by the staff, actually.
Anything else for staff? All right, thank you. Mr. Yellen?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you all again, and hopefully we'll have another hearing after this one for the special use. But once again, Josh Yellen here on behalf of the property owner, Vintage Home Restoration. Along with the property owner, we have James Simonillo, who is the applicant and the restaurant owner here. James has recently moved to Savannah, but he has many years of restaurant experience in Pittsburgh before moving down here. Has opened up many restaurants there. Currently in the process of opening a restaurant in Eastern Wharf. Very different concept, but was excited to come here to restore this building as an adaptive reuse for a restaurant. To clarify one point that was brought up from the staff report and from the presentation, and we do thank Ms. Leto for the recommendation of approval here for the rezoning and for the special use. But this building was in use as a restaurant not until 1999. I want to say until 2014. There was a restaurant that was on site. It was the West Duffy Cafe, and it was also, I believe, it was called the Zenny Cafe. When they went in to remodel this site, there's even still a grease trap present in the kitchen. So historically, this site has been used as a restaurant for at least 30 years. And prior to that time, and why I wanted to show this map, was that every single corner of this intersection was built specifically for a commercial use. This site was built as a drugstore, which then turned into a restaurant. There was a retail and convenience store across the street. Over on this site was actually a fairly large commercial bakery, and then another retail establishment across the street. And so this is a traditional commercial corridor. And part of what we looked at when we were looking at the site from the comp plan standpoint was the adaptive reuse here to bring back a low-intensity commercial use to this spot, which was built specifically for a commercial use. We did know that there are some issues bringing in a use like this into a neighborhood, and so we want to make it a neighborhood cafe, and therefore we did willingly agree to the hours of operation from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. This is not turning into a bar at night. This is not turning into a nightclub at night. There was a menu that was attached to your report and to the application. Preliminary concept is called Le Biscuit. It's a breakfast-focused menu with breakfast-related items. And so we did want to make clear that even though we are asking for special use in connection with an alcohol, we are not asking for this to be a bar or tavern or any sort of operation that's going to be open late into the night. We met with the Victoria Neighborhood Association, both the president and vice president on site. We agreed to these hours of operation, and we also, in fact, have already signed a good neighbor agreement with the VNA that stipulates these terms. And so, once again, we'd like to thank staff for the recommendation of approval. I know I talked about both the rezoning and the special use, which is also recommended for approval, but we want to keep this hearing moving, as I know it's going to be another long day for y'all, so I addressed both of them at the same time. So thank you all, and happy to answer any questions that you may have. And once again, the applicant and the property owner are here as well to answer any questions about the property and the hours of operation and the business itself. So thank you all again for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Yellen. Any questions for the petitioner? All right, hearing none. We'll move into public comment. That is a Michael, I can't quite make out the last name. All right, please state your name for the record. You've got 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to be heard. My name is Mike Arcangelo. I live at the corner of Park Avenue and Jefferson Street, which is within sight, sound, and smell of the subject property from my house. I think a restaurant enabled by commercial zoning would be an incredible addition to our corner of the Victorian District. I did have a concern about the opening hours. Initial draft said Monday through Thursday. I support the property being open 7 days a week. I can't imagine being able to run a good restaurant in this difficult market, let alone with a restriction for the 4 slowest days of the week. I think that would be setting up a small business for failure, deter a good tenant, resulting in continued vacancy and dereliction in the area. It would be like fighting handcuffed. After seeing the success and stellar behavior from Black Rabbit around the corner, a bar open until after midnight, I have no fears about a restaurant being open during day hours on Fridays and weekends to serve local residents and workers. I represent my neighbors on either side of my house, so that would be 302 and 306 West Park. In saying we support 7-day-per-week availability, this will also give a chance for those of us employed elsewhere in town, Monday through Friday, a chance to enjoy breakfast or lunch there on the weekend. And if Black Rabbit can handle a full bar, I'm sure this restaurant can handle a couple Aperol spritzes with brunch. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Evelyn Russell. Ms. Russell, we ask that when you come up, you speak in the microphone, state your name for the record. And we've got 3 minutes.
I'm Evelyn Russell, and I'm representing St. Philip Monumental AME Church at 1112 Jefferson Street. And at the time that we received the notice, I was under the impression that there would be a package shop included at the restaurant. Is that correct? Is that what I understood? Or is
No,
it just,
no, ma'am.
Well, what we were objecting to is having a package shop.
Gotcha.
I believe that with a serving beverages along with a meal might be okay, as long as it's not sold from a package shop point of view, because there's already a package shop at Bonnet and Jefferson,
Yep.
Bonnet and Duffy. And then I understand that they're just opened up a CBD shop at Gwinnett and Montgomery in that area. And so all of that together presents more crime. And that is our concern of the increase in crime that we would have in that area. I think we are okay with the restaurant as long as the crime the beverages are controlled. There will be a problem with parking. Right now, our church, when we have services or when we have any activities, we park on Jefferson, we park on Duffy, all the way down Jefferson. And it's a distance to walk to the church for any activities. Sometimes on Bonnet Street, there's park on Bonnet Street. And the neighbors there have a tendency to park in our parking lot, which holds about 30 parking spaces. And that is a problem as well, especially when we have funerals as such. And sometimes we have funerals during the week. Well, when we have funerals during the week, almost all of Jefferson Street, all the way down, is blocked. And that is our concern with the restaurant being there. How much traffic will they have that will keep our people from being able to park in that area? So that needs to be considered as far as developing the restaurant in that area. Also, just a minute. And I understand that you would like to make the area into a commercial area, but I'm kind of hesitant, kind of leery about that as well, because it's doing well as a commercial, as a residential area, but when you start bringing commercial stuff in there, then it kind of decreases, I believe it decreases the historic value of the property. It's okay that the buildings there are all historical. The church itself is 158 years old. And as a matter of fact, we just celebrated 158th anniversary in June. And that needs to be considered, because when you bring in something like the restaurant, et cetera, then it has a tendency to decrease the value of the neighborhood. So all of that needs to be considered. And thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Mr. Yellen, you could, if you want, you can address it now. I'll allow it, or you could just wait if you want to, whichever.
If you don't mind, I'll
Sure.
address it now, only because I sprung up there very quickly and wasn't trying to linger, but did want to give you the assurance that this would absolutely not be a package store. The special use that we're applying for is in connection with a restaurant. And when they post up the signs on the building for a restaurant, the wording is slightly problematic because it says accessory alcohol sales, which could lead you to believe that it's going to be accessory meaning to go. But this is accessory alcohol sales in connection with a restaurant with the hours of operation that are only from 9 a.m. until 8 p.m. And so we're not going to be open very late, and we think it's a positive use, but absolutely no package store sales in this area.
Thank you for that clarification. I got one more.
Sorry, was that a speaker card or a question for me?
I got another speaker
Okay,
card.
thank you.
Yeah. Reverend Robert Evans. If you would, please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I am the Reverend Robert Evans. I am the associate pastor at St. Philip's Monumental, which has been mentioned. While we appreciate our membership's opinion, the leadership of the church is against this restaurant in the selling of alcohol. It's interesting that this meeting was opened with a prayer. And as a house of worship, we have no problem with someone and their entrepreneurial spirit. In fact, we agree with that. We just do not agree with the sale of alcohol within 300 feet of our building. Things were mentioned in the opening regarding the character of the neighborhood. The character of the neighborhood is a traditional neighborhood. And they also mentioned the other businesses that used to be there, a bakery, a pharmacy, a convenience store. Well, these are the things that contribute to the neighborhood. So now that those are gone, it is still a traditional neighborhood and should remain a traditional neighborhood. Our church serves the people. We serve many people that have gotten off of alcohol. We treat those that are still dealing with it. And while I understand it's not a package store, the environment is still there. I have never been to any establishment where somebody didn't come, that sold alcohol. I've never seen it where somebody didn't come out of there inebriated. It's bound to happen. So we stand against it, and there's a couple of other things. When you put this in there, they say 40 to 60 people. Well, the people in that traditional neighborhood already struggle to find parking just to go into their homes. So now we're going to add additional people parking in the neighborhood, because remember, I don't know if you've been down there, but those people don't have driveways, you see. So they're parking on the street. So now you open a restaurant from 9 a.m., and I'm just partial to Sunday. I can't imagine why, but I'm partial to Sunday morning. Now, not only do the people that go to our church and the other church that's within a block from it, ours is about 300 feet, they still have to find some place to park also to attend church on Sunday morning. Also, you know, we just don't feel that it is a that the sale of alcohol, and you know, they meant, and I got to hurry.
You got about 30 seconds.
They mentioned that there's nothing in the law that says you can't sell alcohol within 300 feet of a church. There ought to be, okay? Because some things just shouldn't be. So while it's not in the code, it should be in the code. So the members, the leadership of St. Philip Monumental, we are opposed to the rezoning of this, and it should remain a traditional neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Evans. All right, can we hold the applause, please? Thank you. Mr. Yellen, would you like to respond to public comment?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, thank you. As was mentioned both in the staff report and was mentioned just now, the state is the one that regulates the distance to churches. When the state put in the regulations, there is a distance requirement under the state ordinance. The city of Savannah actively petitioned to have that removed for the city of Savannah, knowing full well that if there was a distance requirement to churches, there would be no restaurants in our downtown urban core, that any church could come in and prohibit any restaurant from serving alcohol simply by virtue of being located within a close proximity. It was the leaders of this city who realized the issue with the state law, who went to the State House and had the city exempted from that requirement, knowing that it would cause problems for every restaurant downtown, every restaurant like here in the Victorian District, and every restaurant in the Mid-City, because we do have a lot of churches. What we are not proposing here is a package store in a way that was mentioned that will interfere with churchgoers. In fact, if there are any members of the congregation who after services would like to attend a restaurant very close to the site, I know that they would be welcome with open arms. As it relates to parking, parking is not required under the Victorian ordinance for buildings that are less than 3,000 square feet. As was mentioned, we're seemingly getting into a dispute here that due to the success of the church, they are using street parking for services in the same way that we are simply being requested to be in the same position, to use street parking for the operation of our restaurant. Neither are required to provide all of the parking to establish the use, but we're here because it's permitted under the ordinance. Also, as a former resident of this neighborhood, where I actually lived 300 feet away, while there is street parking, there's also lane access here. And at least on my block of West Duffy Street, every single property owner and renter parked via the lane. I know that the neighbor who was here to speak before, he and I spoke before the hearing, there's ample street parking during the 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. hours when we are proposed to be in operation. Our client here actually went and took photos each and every day of the week as we went through this process when we met to the neighborhood association. While the parking is a concern for any new business, it was not an overriding concern here. And we do respectfully believe that restaurants in the city of Savannah, not bars, not package stores, not convenience stores, but restaurants with limited hours of operation can be sited in close proximity to churches, and that the two uses can in fact get along because they get along all over the city of Savannah. And so with that, we respectfully request that you approve of the rezoning and subsequent special use as has been recommended by staff and has been recommended to you by the Victoria Neighborhood Association. So thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Yeller. So I guess now we'll entertain a motion, actually.
Move to approve the restaurant.
Okay. The staff recommendation is approval, correct? Yes,
Yes,
staff's recommendation is for approval.
Why would he second?
Well, she moved to approve. Are you just moving to accept
Yes.
staff's recommendation?
Yes.
Because staff's recommendations identifies a couple of conditions, and that's the special use permit that shall be non-transferable, and then the operational hours should be. I think that
Mr.
number
Chairman,
2 is going to be stricken.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we're just on the rezoning petition at the moment.
Yes,
Okay,
we're just
special
on the
use.
rezoning.
My apologies. I think never mind. My apologies. Yeah, so the motion was made to accept staff recommendations. That was made by Ms. Jarrett and seconded by
Mr. Wildwood.
Mr. Wildwoody. Any discussion on the motion? All right, we'll enter a vote. Mr. Welch.
Yes.
Mr. Wildwoody.
Yes.
Mr. Notrika.
Yes.
Mr. Noah.
Yes.
Mr. Milder.
Yes.
Ms. Jarrett.
Yes.
Ms. Epstein.
Yes.
Ms. Bowles.
Yes.
Ms. Amick.
Yes.
I two vote yes, and the motion carries and the project is approved. Okay, move on to the next item on the agenda, and that is the special use permit. My apologies. And the address is 222 West Duffy Street. Request to have alcohol as an accessory use within the restaurant.
All right, I'll go over this briefly with you, as most of the background and request were in the map amendment. This is a special use pursuant to Section 3.10 of the Savannah zoning ordinance to establish accessory alcohol sales within a restaurant. The petitioner is proposing a restaurant cafe. The city regulates operational hours for businesses selling alcohol from 7 a.m. until 3 a.m. Based on the location of the property and surrounding residential properties, the applicant and staff recommends the hours of operation be the following: Monday through Sunday, 9 a.m. until 8 p.m. If you see my staff report, I am recommending a revision on that. I had Monday through Thursday, so now it'll be Monday through Sunday. The proposed restaurant shall be of a small scale to support the adjacent residential properties and to mitigate the intensities of the restaurant's use itself. Again, there is no minimum parking requirements for the subject parcel. It's under 3,000 square feet. Per section 9.3.7.d. And for alcohol, restaurants with more than 40 seats do not have a distance requirement in relation to churches per section C-1207C15. There will be no loss, destruction, or damage to any item of historic importance. The building is a contributing resource within the National Register of Victorian Historic District and the local Victorian Historic District. The property received a certificate of appropriateness in 2022 with conditions. The renovation of this historic building would be a benefit to the neighborhood. I am going to go to the recommendation page. Based upon the compatibility of the comprehensive plan and the ability to meet the criteria for a special use permit, staff recommends approval of the request with conditions. 1, the special use permit shall be non-transferable. 2, operational hours, and this is revised, Monday through Sunday from 9 a.m. until 8 p.m. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Leto.
Okay.
Any questions for staff?
Yes.
Mr. Melder.
Thank you. Is there any reason why we would recommend limiting the hours to 8 p.m.? I mean, this would be a condition of the special use, which mean that understand that it was the petitioner's
Right.
operating hours, but that would constrict them into perpetuity unless they came back and changed the special use permit. So my question, I think, would be to the applicant,
Right.
whether or not
Mr. Yellen?
they want to box themselves into a 8 p.m. close time every night.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And definitely don't want to box it in. It's the request that we came with, and it's the request that we came to the Victorian Neighborhood Association with as our hours of operation. I know that, James, yes, in the future, if this is successful and not having impacts, we want to come back specifically for this amended request. But through our consultation with neighborhood and hours of operation, obviously, we would like more hours, but we were in agreement with it as proposed. And that's kind of the best way I can thread that needle.
Okay.
If this board wanted to approve additional hours, yes, but that we were content for now with what we have and want to be a good neighbor.
Okay, this was something you worked out with the neighborhood association?
With Neighbor Association and when we met with Ms. Leto from the initial agreement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else for staff? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Leto. Would the petitioner like to present, or you good, Mr. Yellen? Okay. All right, we'll move into public comment. I don't have any speaker cards on this one. Actually, you have it for 2 and 3, so actually that's Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans is the only one that made note for 2 and 3. So Reverend Evans, you get the opportunity again, and 3 minutes again. Please state your name for the record.
I am the Reverend Robert Evans. I'm Associate Pastor of St. Philip Monumental AME Church, right around the corner from where they'll be selling the alcohol. Again, we have no problem with a cafe. You want to open, you want to sell food, okay. We are against the rezoning, but since you guys approved that, okay. However, we are still vehemently opposed to the sale of alcohol. I'm curious as to how many people here want an establishment within 300 feet of their church that sells alcohol. I would love to hear that answer, because I know we don't. And I'm pretty sure that the people that are opening this establishment wouldn't build it within 300 feet of their church. They've had that opportunity and they haven't done it yet. But you want to build an establishment that sells alcohol within 300 feet of our church. So again, we have children that are highly influential. They don't need that particular element added to the neighborhood, because we don't feel that the sale of alcohol, there's plenty of places around there for people to drink. Plenty of them. We don't need another one. We don't need it, particularly one within 300 feet of our church. So while nobody answered whether or not if they've built one within 300 feet of their church, I already know what the answer is. They have not. I know what y'all's answer is too. You can't say it. But you don't want an establishment that sells alcohol within 300 feet of your church. And you wouldn't allow it. You would be down here doing what I'm doing, standing in opposition to the sale of alcohol next to my church, next to your church. So while there's not much else I can say about that, other than saying we disagree. We hope that you say no. We understand the planning and that the state may make the changes. But on the sale of alcohol, we humbly submit that you decline the sale of alcohol within 300 feet of our house of worship. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a rebuttal?
Yep. So once again, there will be no children drinking alcohol in this restaurant. This is a neighborhood-oriented cafe with a full wait staff. This is not going to be a package store. This is not going to be a convenience store. Everything will be contained on-site with well-trained staff who are capable and well-trained under the city ordinance to check identification and to make sure that everyone is of age and not inebriated when they are being sold alcohol. As to whether or not an establishment could be opened up against a church, again, there are hundreds of instances of restaurants, bars, taverns next to churches. They are approved routinely at City Council in our downtown area. You just pick a map of a restaurant downtown, and it will be within the vicinity of a church. And so we do respectfully request that the ordinance is applied equally across all areas, and when there is no distance requirement, that it not be applied here. Thank you all, and we stand in support of the staff recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Yeller. All right, we'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve staff's recommendation. Why would he?
There's a second. That was Mr. Welch?
Yep.
All right, thank you.
That is with the conditions, correct?
Correct. So a motion is made by Mr. Wildwoody and seconded by Mr. Welch to approve staff's recommendations. Any discussion on the motion? All right, hearing none, we'll enter a vote. Mr. Welch?
Yes.
Mr. Wildwoody?
Yes.
Mr. Notrika?
Yes.
Mr. Noah?
Yes.
Mr. Melder?
Yes.
Ms. Jarrett?
Yes.
Ms. Epstein?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Ms. Amick?
Yes.
I too vote yes. Motion carries and the petition is approved. So, move on to the next item on the agenda. That is the master plan amendment for Berwick multifamily. Request to change Berwick church site pod to multifamily residential use. Mr. Morrow, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Just 1 second, Mr. Chair.
No problem.
And, I'm sorry. Oh, I think I got it. No, actually. Oh, we're not logging in. I'm sorry. We're not logging in. Let me just do it. The website itself. I'm sorry. I keep thinking I need to log into Agenda Plus. Okay, that's my fault. Okay. My apologies, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So the present request is an amendment to the previously approved Berwick master plan. I'm going to pull up the staff report. Here we go. So you can see what I'm looking at. The petitioner requests MPC approval of an amendment to the Berwick Plantation Master Plan that is located west of US Highway 17 near its intersection with Larchmont Drive. The current zoning on the PUD is PUD C, which is a county designation, the PUD C. And so the proposed amendment would change the land use designation of a particular pod within the previously approved master plan from the church site to multifamily residential. The Berwick Master Plan was initially approved by the MPC on November 7th of 2000, and the master plan has been amended several times since then. I think we are on iteration number 9 at present. The most current one was approved on June 7th, 2023. And so this revision is just adjacent to what's called the Exchange, which is kind of the multifamily area that also has some commercial uses. It places the multifamily units adjacent to retail services, dining, medical offices, and things of that nature. And most of the single-family residential components of it are a little bit further to the north. And so the proposed master plan amendment would change the designation of a 12.09 acre pod from its current designation to the multifamily configuration that you see here. And so it would not exceed a residential density of 24 units per acre, even though the maximum allowable density would permit 280 units on the site. The applicant currently proposes 231. It consists of a mixture of attached single-family dwelling unit types. The subject property, again, is about 12 acres, and it fronts onto Berwick Boulevard. It's directly across from the church. So just over to the west, the church was ultimately developed. So it's not going away. It just swapped places, in essence. The subject property has a single point of ingress and egress onto Berwick Boulevard, and Chatham County Department of Engineering reserves the right to require a traffic impact analysis at the point that site-specific development plans are submitted. The purpose of the master plan itself is to provide orderly development with uses related to each other in a harmonious fashion and to meet the needs of community living. And with this revision, it will continue to meet that initial intent. Staff recommends approval of the petitioner's request to change this particular pod from church use to multifamily use. That concludes staff review.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for staff?
Briefly, the overall density is not being changed, the number of units.
Absolutely, that is correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions for staff? Okay, we'll now hear from the petitioner, if you so choose.
Sorry, back again.
You're a
Josh.
busy man today.
Yes. Josh Yellen here today on behalf of the applicant. As Mr. Morrow mentioned, we do thank him for the staff report that this is a change in the master plan, but only the master plan, not for a site plan approval, simply the master plan approval and the master plan amendment to permit multifamily at this location. One point to be mentioned, I do think we need to clarify, is that it's not actually a church use right now. One of those 17 amendments that went through made it a congregate care facility. It's from a congregate care facility to a multifamily use. I did just want to clarify that. We don't believe that the impact is any different from a traffic standpoint from church to congregate care to this use, but did want to put that on the record that of those 17 amendments that have happened in the Berwick area, this being one of them, that this master plan was amended and is coming back again for another amendment. As the staff report has always read, this area is an area that is constantly changing with the market conditions and constantly changing to adapt to the needs of the community surrounding it. What we see now in the community is a need, and I know I don't need to tell you this since you see it more than probably anyone in the community, but there is a need for housing in the community and a need specifically for multifamily housing in the community. This area in particular is an excellent location for multifamily. If you were to zoom out of this map, and I know that you are familiar with the area, this dead ends down to Ogeechee, or not dead ends, but the intersection is at Ogeechee, where you immediately have the Kroger and all of the commercial amenities that everyone needs and wants to have near their residences. And so we stand in support of staff for the recommendation of approval, and we know that this is just the master plan amendment and that any site plan issues that come up, we do need to continue to work with Chatham County Engineering to address those issues at that time. We do have with us both the developer and the project engineer if there's any questions related to the same, and we are happy to answer any questions related to this petition, but we do thank staff for the recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Yellen. I was trying to, and I took a look previously, I was trying to see if we had more vicinity so we can see some of the context. Do we have a little bit more? That's what I'm trying to figure out, too.
Let's see. You know what? Buckhalter. Oh, here we go. So this is, this right here is actually the master plan itself. Mm-hmm. I believe this is updated to reflect, this is the parcel at issue right now. This brown patch right here that's indicated for multifamily. And I think track C, again, church site, I'm sorry, this was the one I was thinking the church went to. No, it did go there. Anyway, this is the site of the current request.
Okay.
So that we can.
Just wanted to make sure I had my bearings right.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I don't mind zooming out just a little. Makes it kind of small, but.
Yeah. You got a question? Ms. Amick?
Just for some clarification, when this master plan was originally done, am I understanding that the church was supposed to go there and instead the church was built across the street?
Yes, there were 2 church sites designated. What we are showing, Both sides of the road at this intersection were designated as church sites. The church that was supposed to go on this site ended up going across the street.
So now that you're requesting multifamily, that's going to increase traffic more than was originally anticipated when the
So it went,
master plan was done?
so it went from church to congregate care and now to multifamily.
Okay, congregate care being assisted living?
Assisted living home.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's been gradual
Okay.
movement away
So
from the church.
still more traffic?
Well, oddly, traffic's, or from a church, and not to go back to this, but one of those days, churches do generate a lot of traffic under the ITE standards at particular hours of the day. When you have a multifamily site, the traffic is typically spread out. Yes, you have your peak AM demand and peak PM demand, but we know that with a church, for instance, you have peak hours on Sunday or peak hours on Wednesday, or depending on when you worship, there's going to be peak hours when services are in session. Similar to the congregate care, it's less at certain hours, but during visiting hours, there is an increased traffic demand above what there would be for multifamily.
Multifamily, is that apartment buildings? What is allowed to be built there?
So this is and this will be slightly confusing here. A master plan amendment for Berwick in this area, the only item on the agenda is changing the color of this map, to change it from whatever it was previously to brown for multifamily, which would permit the density of the 19 units an acre that we were requesting. What we have proposed is a mixture of townhomes and apartments. It's not a strict, this is not one building. There are multiple buildings throughout. This is simply the concept plan for this site. That it's our best guess at what it will look like, but obviously subject to tinkering once we start getting into the weeds with county engineering. But it would be townhomes, smaller apartment buildings, additional townhomes, and a multifamily building, not just one large 231 unit building. And this, I will say that this retention pond is currently on site, correct? So it's an amenity, but something that we do have to work around as we go through the site plan process. We can't move it, we can't replace it, but it's there.
Anything else for the petitioner?
I have,
And, yeah, and Felipe Toledo is with Thomas and Hutton, who's the project engineer.
Okay.
Good afternoon. So this project, like it was previously stated, was a congregate care. What you see in there is designed within the confinements of the same project. We previously went through a full extent permitting. So we met all county ordinance previously under the other project. Like we stated before, this is just a part amendment. We have to still go through the GDP amendment and go again through the full permitting process through the county. So your questions regarding traffic, address, all those assessments are part of that. But as far as like the layout, you can see there, it's all within the confinements of what we previously already permit, because we know kind of like the storm pond, wetlands already have been studied. So that's what you see in the screen.
Thank you. Ms.
but I
Jarrett?
have to argue that AM peak and PM peak are going to be different with an apartment complex than they would be with congregate care or a church. I just,
No, and we do understand that
traffic
they will be
engineering is
different.
going to deal with that?
Yes, ma'am, and we've already been in contact with county engineering. They've in fact looked at a preliminary plan, and so we're working through that process as we speak.
All right, thank you, Mr. Yeller. We'll now entertain public comment. Any? Okay. We'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve staff's recommendation.
We have a second.
No, it's second.
All right. Motion on the floor by Mr. Wildwoody and seconded by Mr. Noah. If there's no discussion on that motion, we'll enter a vote. Mr. Welch,
Yes.
Mr. Wildwoody,
Yes.
Mr. Notrika,
Yes.
Mr. Noah,
Yes.
Mr. Milder,
Yes.
Ms. Jarrett,
Yes.
Ms. Epstein,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Ms. Amick.
Yes.
I too vote yes. Motion carries. No. Motion carries and the project is approved. All right, move to the next item on the agenda. It's the MP site plan approval with variances at 1002 Memorial Lane. Request to establish a retail use in the PUD-IS zoning district.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the present request is for several variances in addition to an approval of a retail use in the PUD-IS zoning district out in Chatham County at 1002 Memorial Lane. The PUD-IS is actually a planned unit development for specifically institutional development that is characterized as institutional development. So think offices, small schools, training, banks, things of that nature, doctor's offices. And so the first determination to be made is that as to whether or not a retail use is appropriate at this location. And in accordance with that retail use, there's a series of variances, site plan variances that are requested in order to make this retail use work. And so the petitioner is requesting approval of a general development plan for the construction of a 10,000 square foot retail store. And so that retail store is envisioned to fit within this space. I'm going to go ahead and put that there and leave this here for you guys to see. That 10,000 square foot retail building is also requested to allow outdoor storage and display, reduction of the buffer along US Highway 80, which is a requirement based on an overlay out in the county, removal of existing trees and shrubs in a buffer area where it is required that it be maintained, a request to allow a 42-foot driveway width where 35 feet is the maximum allowable, and finally a reduction of the off-street parking requirement from 40.68 spaces to approximately 36. So. The subject parcel is 1 acre and is currently undeveloped. It's part of a 4-parcel pod. The 2 southern parcels that you can see here at the tip of my mouse, they've been developed as offices. And the 2 parcels that are adjacent here to US Highway 80 remain undeveloped. There's kind of the footprint of a previously existing building here that's now been demolished. But these 2 parcels remain undeveloped, and so the one outlined in red is the one proposed for the 10,000 square foot use presently being requested. As you can see in the surrounding area, there are varying types of single-family homes as well as other offices. Just to give you a street view for some context here, the PUD-IS district, again, imagine, most likely your doctor's office. It's that type of environment where it's fairly tranquil. There's a lot of green. There's a lot of open space. And that's kind of the aesthetic that this particular zoning district is attempting to create. It is green, spacious, and orderly, free of excessive vehicular and delivery traffic common to most retail development stores. And so in reviewing this request, first off, any type of retail use, it could be appropriate, right? Sometimes it could be desirable in this sort of a context. However, it should be scaled and it should be in appearance and generate traffic at a scale that's also appropriate to everything else around it. So those are the principal considerations. It should be compatible. It shouldn't require parking and loading, i.e. wider than normal driveways, and it shouldn't substantially alter the nature of the appearance and function of the receiving area. So I'm going to fast forward to our general development plan review criteria. So again, this is actually a submission of a general development site plan. So you can see the criterion that we use for evaluating a site plan. Items indicated with a C means that it was submitted and complete. D indicates deficient, and A indicates not applicable. And anything that's highlighted in red is related to a standard that was requested to be varied by this board in order to permit this development. So you can see there are a couple of items that are not indicated. They're fairly basic items. The site plan itself was not bad, but the requested use is inappropriate. And so the red D indicates the reduction to parking requested, the inability to meet the proposed buffers, the dedicated open space and, well, no recreation areas, but dedicated open space, and then the allowance of outdoor storage and display where it's not permitted. Section 4-6.57 of the Chatham County zoning ordinance gives 4 criteria against which these particular requests, variance requests, should be judged. And so the first one is that it should be in keeping with the overall character of the area. The proposed development is inconsistent with the overall character. Requested variances would have the effect of eroding the unique character-creating elements that this particular zoning district is attempting to create. And the existing uses are primarily low intensity and generate mostly automobile traffic. Any introduction of a large-scale retailer is going to mean that there's additional truck traffic, a general change in the traffic patterns of those who are visiting this location. Outdoor storage and display of merchandise are going to change the appearance and aesthetics. And ultimately, it has the potential to make it less desirable for the conduct of business. The next standard would not be contrary to the purpose of the intent of this chapter. The proposed variances are contrary to the purpose and intent, and the petitioner has essentially requested to achieve a commercial zoning through a series of variances. A reduction of proposed retail footprint from 10,000 square feet might offer the ability to meet most, if not all, of the variances requested. The first of which being the 40 to 41 space off-street parking requirement. Again, there's the added overlay to consider. The environmental overlay within the county has the effect of adding additional green space, creating along US Highway 80 and other like island communities, there are aesthetic standards along those roads for buffering and greenery, maintaining existing vegetation between certain buildings where they are going to adjoin other uses. All of those things would be eroded through the requested variances. The third criterion would not be detrimental to existing or proposed surrounding uses. Again, it is likely to significantly alter the aesthetics and character and function of this area. And finally, would serve public purposes to a degree equal to or greater than the standards replaced. It would not serve the area better. Actually, the best thing would be to maintain the required development standards under the PUD-IS. And so for these reasons, staff recommends denial of the requested use and variances. However, should the board choose to approve the retail use, staff recommends only the retail use itself is approved and the requested variance is denied. That concludes staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow. Any questions for staff?
I have a quick question.
Mr.
Did I
Moore.
understand you to say that there was a building on this property at some point and it was demolished?
From the footprint that's visible on aerial imagery and Google Earth, you can see a footprint. What that facility
I don't
was.
believe there was ever a building, and that this area for properties was developed, was intentionally developed for doctor's offices years ago, probably 20-plus years ago, and I believe there's only 2 of the 4 parcels after 24, 25 years being developed. With that being said, can you explain the buffer again, that it is to be an undisturbed buffer along Highway 80? What are they requesting?
One of the requests, it's a vegetative buffer against US Highway 80 that's in place because of the environmental overlay. The environmental overlay establishes island community requirements for certain corridors, and US Highway 80 happens to be one of them. I believe the requirement here would be 25 feet, and the request is actually to reduce that to a fraction of that.
Of a vegetative, undisturbed buffer?
I do not believe undisturbed is the term. No, this is a vegetative buffer. Planted.
Anyone remember what was the group, logical growth of the islands, I believe is what it was called, and I'm pretty sure that okay.
All right. Anything else for staff? All right. We'll now allow for the petitioner. Is the petitioner present and wish to speak?
His
Was online. What's their name?
Michael Costa is the name.
If you would, you say he's self-muted? He's unmuted. Petitioner, if you wish to submit comment, you can proceed. Just please state your name for the record. If you're talking, we can't hear you at all. I don't know what your microphone situation is, but we presently can't hear anything that you're saying. Is it showing?
The civil engineer is asking if he can speak for the project.
If he can, I mean, if he's a part of the petitioner, absolutely, but, you know, it's still the same criteria. State your name for record, 20 minutes presentation, all of the usuals.
Mr. Del Rio, you're self-muted.
Nothing? Okay, petitioner, I'm not sure what's happening with your technology. However, we cannot hear you, and for the sake of time, we're going to continue. Hopefully, you can get it resolved before we move on to the next petition.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
can I ask one more question of staff?
Sure.
Did they give any reasoning for the variance for the parking and?
No, they didn't.
So that's
as you
because
know, this is my very
bigger
first.
building.
Right. This is my very first meeting. I can say that this is something that began with Mr. Lotson. There's evidence of these conversations. There was an initial request to actually amend the zoning ordinance, and this came back in the form of a PUD-IS with variances to the site plan. So it's gone through iterations.
Gotcha. All right, thank you. We're going to follow the regular procedure. We'll see if anybody, a member of the public, would like to speak on this petition. Okay. We don't have any, so we'll move on into a motion and a vote.
Move to approve staff recommendation.
Do I have a second? Staff's recommendation is denial for the request for the retail use and associated variances as they are inconsistent with the intent of the PUDIS zoning district.
No, a second.
Motion on the floor made by Ms. Jarrett and seconded by Mr. Noah to approve staff's recommendation of a denial. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right, hearing none. Mr. Welch, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Wildwoody?
Yes.
Mr. Notrika?
Yes.
Mr. Noah?
Yes.
Mr. Melder?
Yes.
Ms. Jarrett?
Yes.
Ms. Epstein?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Amick? Ms. Amick, excuse me.
Yes.
And I too vote yes. So motion carries and the petition is denied per staff's recommendation. Move on to the next item on the agenda. That is a special use at 1600, that's 1600 Staley Avenue, establish an event venue. Mr. Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The present request is to establish a special use event venue at 1600 Staley Avenue. The petitioner actually has a facility that I believe came before the Zoning Board of Appeals for a variance related to a church use in 2020. So this office, I want to say this is actually his office, which actually it might make sense to have that picture so you can see. This is his office, and it has his signage out front. However, it was being used as a church at some point. He is now seeking the opportunity to use the space as an event venue, as I'll show you the site plan shortly. So the subject parcel is 1.76 acres, and it's developed as a 4,500 square foot commercial contracting office, and it has some associated outdoor storage, as you can see from the Google aerial. The building was built in 1965. It's passed through a series of ownership since that time, and the present petitioner acquired the building in 2018. Again, in 2020, he appeared before the ZBA and requested a distance variance in association with a church use. The petition was, adjoining neighbors were mailed within 300 feet. They were mailed notice of this request. But as of the meeting with staff, the petitioner had not notified us that there were any neighborhood meetings regarding this particular request. I can say that we have received a couple of objections to it, one from Greater Grace Church, which is in the proximity of this site. When you look at the existing development pattern in the area, you can see that there are single-family residences that are nearby. It's a mixture of residences and sort of light industrial uses, heavily buffered kind of by woods, and also primarily residential single-family zoning, RSF6 in particular. So sort of a mixture of uses, but again, buffered by heavy natural vegetation. The review criteria based on section 3.10.8 of the zoning ordinance. The zoning ordinance offers a few criteria. It says whether or not the special use is consistent with the intent, goals, strategies, policies, guiding principles, and programs of the comprehensive plan. The principal structure for the use is an existing facility. No construction is proposed in association with this. And so for that reason, it is consistent. Second criteria, whether the specific use standards, if any, as provided in Article 8, use standards can be achieved. There are no specific supplemental standards, and at greater than 4,000 square feet, the facility is of sufficient size to accommodate an assembly use. And again, another board has already granted it a variance in association with a church use. If the request were submitted in a different fashion, chances are this could be presented as sort of a training environment. So just to give you a context, I'm providing this additional information to show you this is a space that is already functioning in sort of an assembly capacity. Think in your office you have a training room, something of that nature. So a 3,000-ish square foot space that is being converted for a variety of different purposes is the impression that we're getting. For the particular use, NUZO stipulates an off-street parking requirement of 1 to 75 for a banquet hall or reception hall, and at a rough estimate of 3,024 square feet, 40 off-street parking spaces would be required. The subject parcel has the ability to meet this. However, based on the site plan that's provided, it does not show each of those parking spaces. And so one of staff's recommendations is that the petitioner submits a revised site plan showing circulation and parking for each one of those required off-street spaces. The third criteria, whether the special use is detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, welfare, function, and appearance of adjacent uses. Again, the special use is already functioning and seems to have functioned in kind of a variety of assembly uses, and so chances are it is unlikely to negatively affect the community. However, in the interest of preserving residential character for nearby residents, staff recommends that any events conclude by 10 p.m. The fourth criteria, whether the subject property is adequate in size and shape to accommodate. Again, the subject property is currently developed and it is of sufficient size to safely accommodate an event venue. Criteria E, whether adequate public facilities are available to serve the proposed use, including to but not limited to water, sanitary sewer, stormwater. Again, adequate public facilities are available. Finally, whether the special use will result in destruction, loss, or damage of any feature determined by the review authority to be natural or cultural. It will not result in any loss, destruction, or damage. Based on these findings, staff recommends approval with the following conditions. The first being a revised site plan indicating circulation and parking for the approximately 40 vehicles. The second one, the special use permit shall not be transferable. So if it goes away, the next petitioner would have to come back and request it. And finally, events shall end not later than 10 p.m. in the interest of preserving neighborhood character. That concludes staff review.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow. Any questions for staff? Ms. Amick?
Once again, I'm confused. It's currently being used for what?
It is my understanding, based on our conversations, it is his office. It is his contracting office. I see storage in the rear of the lot, but as far as what else may go on in the building, I'm not sure. It's just my understanding it's his office.
So, and he's asking to be able to use it as a venue of sorts, but we don't know specifically what, like bands and music, and I understand 10 p.m. cutoff.
That is correct. He's asking for use as an event venue, and I'm going to pull up the site plan, which shows a banquet-style layout for, I believe, somewhere in the range of 120 seats. Let's see if I can, there we go. So this is the proposed site plan. I believe this is the rest of his office here. Here are some restrooms. Here is the seating area. We have a stage and a dance floor, and then this is an exterior courtyard. But again, no new structures are proposed in association with the use.
Mr. Melder.
Mr. Chairman, is this special use permit requesting, does the zoning require the special use permit to request alcohol if they're be seeking an alcohol license? And if so, are they specifically seeking alcohol allowance here or no?
That would be a separate determination. I'll say I went so far as to look and see if a club would be permitted, because there was correspondence from the community that suggested some other conversation. So a teen club in and of itself is not permitted here. So I'm going to assume an adult club would not be permitted. All that to say, alcohol would be a separate application to come back to this board for a particular use.
But with that, the specific question is, would an alcohol use at this zoning district require a special use permit allowing alcohol?
That would be a separate use, yes.
That would be, and it would require a special use permit to come back?
Yes, it would be an application for a different use of some sort. The present use does not involve sale of alcohol, restaurant use, anything of that
And
nature.
this special use request is not seeking the allowance for alcohol?
To our knowledge, that has not been discussed with staff.
Okay,
That
and that's
is
not
part
what
of
the petition is?
application. That is not what the petition
Okay.
is for.
Okay.
Can we add that as one of the circumstances of approval is not allowing alcohol?
Sure. So I think that's why I was asking the question. The issues are, and again, I want to be fair to the petitioner. This isn't currently in an alcohol density overlay, and anybody seeking an alcohol permit would have to go through the alcohol licensing requirement, which includes a city council hearing and vote on that. I was just specifically asking if, because I think it gets to your question, is for this zoning district, the service of alcohol, are they required to get a special use permit in addition to an alcohol license?
Right.
And your answer is yes.
Yes.
And this special use permit does not ask for alcohol. So therefore, if the petitioner did want to come back to seek alcohol, not only would they have to come back to MPC and city council with this special use permit, they'd also have to go through the alcohol licensing process. So that's what I wanted to be clear on, is that this special use permit does not ask for alcohol, and a special use permit would have to be one. So I think it's...
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else for staff? All right. Thank you, Mr. Morrow. We'll now hear from the petitioner. Please state your name for the record, and you have 20 minutes if needed.
Good afternoon. My name is Andre Gedson. I'm the owner of Eco-Friendly Contracting. I currently own a building. What he was saying was that we will be the neighbors to this new venue. The venue will mainly be for real estate purposes. We do a lot of real estate meetings, venues, home buyers, first-time home buyers. Of course, it'll be some kind of association with, the neighborhood will be able to utilize the building. They'll be able to do parties, or not parties, but birthday parties, or baby showers, or some kind of community events also. So it'll be associated where everybody can actually utilize this facility. So what we're proposing on as far as security, it's definitely be a lot of security as far as camera use, just to maintain the property, make sure we maintain a safe environment. I have been there for maybe 5+ years now. People don't even know that we're actually in that building because, we keep it pretty much settled there. So that's how I tend to use for the venue also, keep it pretty much a settled event. And I also have some letters, some signatures from my immediate neighbors. That's the neighbors that's actually adjacent to my property, who's buffering my property, who are okay with the concept of a venue being put there too.
Okay. And you could give it to staff if you like.
Give that to you guys, please. With the addresses.
Anything else, Mr. Gasson?
Except for me.
All right. Any questions for the
I would
petitioner?
like to ask,
Mr. Nolan.
so you're saying you do not intend to have alcohol on premises at this time?
Not at this time. I wouldn't say I'm never going to actually apply for an alcohol license, but at this time, no. We're just trying to get the venue going because it's already operational. All they have to do is basically just open the doors. Just like you said, we don't have to do any construction. We don't have to do anything. It's already zoned for it. All they have to do is apply for a business license.
I think the dance floor is what threw it off for me. It seemed more of a party event than
That's just a concept.
Okay,
It's going
I
to be a
got you.
venue space.
That's how I wanted to hear it from your mouth.
So it moves. So it's not the same type space every time. Every
Gotcha.
event.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Bowles.
This is for you, the petitioner.
Mr. Gasson.
And so you heard the recommendations for the event hours, the hours for the venue. Are you amenable?
I'm in agreement with that. That's no problem. I can totally agree with that.
Anything else for the petitioner? All right, thank you, Mr. Gasson. We'll give you an opportunity to come back up once we take public comment. If I mess your name up, please forgive me. It's a little difficult to read it. I don't know if this is Lamiles Hill?
No, this is street.
You forfeited, okay. Thank you, sir. And Valeria Reynolds Darby. Please state your name for the records, and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Valeria Reynolds Darby.
My apologies.
I'm concerned because in that area, it's only one street, and that's Staley Avenue. Staley Avenue is busy as it is. So if you're going to convert a building into an event space, a party space, or whatever, how will that affect the neighborhood? How will that affect the traffic on Staley Avenue? That's my concern. I don't know about what the residents feel, but I'm somebody who lives by Staley, and I'm concerned about the too much traffic as it is, and this adding to traffic that is already too much. Thank you.
Thank you. It does not appear that I have any further public comments. So, Mr. Gasson, if you would like, you can respond, or you don't. You're not required to.
Okay, what she's stating about the traffic.
Just do me a favor, state your name for the record again,
This is
please.
Andre Gadsden.
Thank you.
She's stating about the traffic, just like he was saying that this building's already been in operation as a church for many years. Of course, they don't have constant traffic. They've got peak hours just like any other church. So it's mainly Sundays and I think Wednesdays Bible study. And the event space will be the same concept. It's not a everyday operational business. You might have 1 or 2 events a month, if that, or maybe more, but it's not a 8 to 5 venue space that will be open every day of the month. So that kind of, as far as traffic. So I don't think it'll be an immediate effect on the traffic.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, we'll entertain a motion. And I just want to state for the record, there are a couple of letters that were received from neighboring properties. One in particular is from Growing in Grace, and that is, again, a letter of opposition to the zoning request. Just wanted to make sure that was captured for the record. If you would, Mr. Morrow, would you please pull up the recommendation again?
Absolutely.
so the board can reference it.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
I have a
Wildwood.
motion to approve staff's recommendation with stated conditions.
Okay.
Second. Second.
Put your mic down. We got a motion on the floor made by Mr. Wildwoody and seconded by Ms. Bowles to approve staff's recommendations. Any discussion on that motion?
Did he say on conditions?
Yeah.
With the stated staff conditions in the approval.
Sorry.
Any discussion on the motion? All right, we'll enter a vote. Mr. Welch?
Yes?
Mr. Wildwoody?
Yes.
Mr. Notrika?
Yes.
Mr. Noah?
Yes.
Mr. Melder?
Yes.
Ms. Jarrett?
Yes.
Ms. Epstein?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Ms. Amick?
Yes.
Not to vote yes. My motion carries and the project is approved with conditions. Okay. All right, we'll move to the next item on the agenda. And we'll do this similar to what we did in the previous meeting. For those that weren't here, we had a similar situation where there's a text amendment and a map amendment that is essentially tied together. So we'll hear them the same way and we'll vote separately for each of those items. And those items are number 7, the text amendment of zoning ordinance, Article 7, Section 13, 1-6, I should say, Hotel Development Overlay District. And then item number 8, in association with that text amendment, a map amendment for zoning ordinance, Article 7, Section 13, Hotel Development Overlay District. Mr. Morrow, you have it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. The present request is similar to those discussed earlier. It's a proposed text and associated map amendment to Article 7, Section 7.13 of the Hotel Development Overlay District. And this one in particular is associated, but in particular relation to the Kyler Brownville neighborhood. And so the proposed text that you see in the staff report is to make specific reference to the Kyler Brownville neighborhood, and it does also incorporate the earlier language to include both the Victorian and streetcar historic neighborhood overlay districts. And so the amendments in 7.13.1, they include the name of the district. It also establishes the differentiation between large and small hotels, large hotels being 75 guest rooms or more, small hotels being 16 to 74. And these are the establishments that are within the scope of the overlay. 7.13.2 explains the relationship to this particular overlay, which establishes that this will determine whether or not a hotel use, as previously described, shall be permitted. 7.13.3 is to amend the text to include the boundaries of Kyler Brownville as well as Victorian and streetcar historic overlay districts. 7.13.5 states the hotel use conditions and makes specific reference to existing buildings that are on the contributing resources map within the requested districts to be added. And then that actually is the end of the amended text. So again, just to provide some background for those who may not have caught the first meeting, the hotel development overlay was a feature of Savannah's new ZO, and the purpose was to direct hotel development toward places where it is most appropriate. And so it has a couple of foundational mechanisms that it uses for that. First, it uses a series of color coding. It will indicate an area or geography of town with either green, yellow, or a pink color in order to indicate whether or not a small hotel, a large hotel, or no hotels are permitted. And in association with that, it identifies particular corridors that are established actually in a different section of the ordinance as to their classification. And it states that only those thoroughfares that have the appropriate classification as either an arterial or a collector have the ability to handle these uses. So again, the interest was in preserving the original downtown historic district, and so now the interest of the petitioner is to extend this same sort of protection to the Victorian, Streetcar, and Cuyler Brownville districts. The particular submission, as you can see here on the staff report on the screen, all of the newly submitted areas are pink, indicating that no new hotels are proposed to be allowed within these areas, and also no thoroughfares for the appropriate frontage of siting a hotel have been identified. And those are kind of the primary mechanisms by which the HDO regulates location of a hotel. So ideally, if you have a green location that has red frontage, a large hotel would be appropriate. And if you have a yellow area with red frontage, that would mean that a small hotel is appropriate in that area. So again, the effect of the present request would be that no new hotels would be allowed within the areas were this to be adopted. Section 3.7.7 of Savannah zoning ordinances establishes 4 evaluation criterion for evaluating text amendments. And so in applying those, the first one being consistency, staff did determine that there was a potential conflict in the extension of this particular overlay without utilizing all of its mechanisms for regulation, those being identification of areas that were appropriate and also identification of appropriate thoroughfares. The second one being new or changing circumstances, staff agreed that this was an attempt to respond to new and changing circumstances, specifically with regard to the real estate market. There's an interest in ensuring that there is not large development that is inconsistent with the development patterns and the character of these longstanding historic districts that are actually protected by other sections of our ordinance. So it is consistent in that regard that this is an attempt to protect those districts by prohibiting, in particular, hotel development or those establishments that have 16 or greater guest rooms. The third one, error or inappropriate standard. The requested amendment to the zoning ordinance does not correct any error in the zoning ordinance. And finally, compliance with higher law. Staff found that there was no need no purpose for this particular text amendment with regard to addressing bringing the zoning ordinance into conformity with higher levels of law. And so we looked at the districts and applied sort of some cursory analysis just to understand who it is that we were impacting with this, because the application of this overlay would be akin to a rezoning, right? So there are some property owners whose rights would immediately be impacted, in particular those in the TC1 and TC2 zoning district, which stands for traditional commercial. Those would be the first properties that could come before this board and ultimately the Savannah City Council requesting a special use permit in order to establish a hotel use. And so in notifying all of the affected property owners, we notified everyone who had a property zone TC1 or TC2 within each of these zoning districts in order to let them know that this particular proposal was under review at the MPC. We found, actually I misspoke earlier, there were 2,911. There were 2,911 parcels total that were affected in the previous 2 zoning districts. Unfortunately, I do not have the statistics for Cuyler Brownville, but almost 3,000 parcels that were impacted. And so because of the impact to these property owners, we felt it appropriate that MPC staff would recommend a continuance so that we could have additional community education and so that property owners could be duly notified. The other issue that staff found was that typically an overlay is adopted in association with a community plan of some sort. And so in this particular instance, we found that the proposed policy would have the effect of a moratorium on hotel development rather than being the product of some sort of a community-based planning process that gave everybody the opportunity to determine where they felt that hotel development would be appropriate within their community, and generally to give a voice to the future of their neighborhood. So for those reasons, staff recommends continuance of the request in order to allow additional public notice and review. That concludes staff review.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow. Any questions for staff? Okay. I'm assuming that the same petitioner, if I'm not mistaken, submitted this, correct?
No, actually, the petitioner was with the Kyler Brownville Neighborhood Association.
Okay, so it is, they did separately submit.
Yeah.
Is the petitioner present and wish to speak? Now, it is a likelihood that they were in for the earlier portion and probably anticipating the same result.
Yes.
So with that being said, we'll go ahead and allow for the public comment. We'll start with Austin Hill. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm Austin Hill, and I'm the chair of the Board of Trustees for Historic Savannah Foundation. We are currently developing affordable housing in the Kyler Brownville neighborhood. So we are a stakeholder and a property owner in the neighborhood, and we would ask that that we respect staff's decision that this be continued so that we can further develop a plan with the other neighborhoods that are also affected. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yvonne Bearer. Beaver, what's that? Beavers, gotcha, I apologize.
That's okay. My name is Yvonne Beavers, and I am a business owner in the Kyler Brownville area, and I am in agreement with the continuance, so we will be notified and be informed.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And I'm gonna get it right this time, Valeria Reynolds Darby.
Thank you. Not at this time.
All right, thank you. All right, that concludes public comment. Petitioner is not present to respond to it, so we'll entertain a motion.
No, go ahead.
Move to continue this.
Do I have a second?
Bowles, second.
All right. So the motion on the floor made by Ms. Jarrett and seconded by Ms. Bowles to continue the petition. If there's no discussion on that motion, we'll go ahead and take action. Mr. Welch, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Wildwoody?
Yes.
Mr. Nutrika?
Yes.
Mr. Noah?
Yes.
Mr. Melder?
Yes.
Ms. Jarrett?
Yes.
Ms. Epstein?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Ms. Amick?
Yes.
I too vote yes. Motion carries and the project is continued. The petition is continued, excuse me. I don't want to belabor, but you guys need a quick minute. What's that? Oh, yeah, my apologies, I did it again. So there was a text amendment component to that, and there's a map amendment component to that. So I'll entertain a motion to take action on the map amendment.
Move to continue the map amendment.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Motion made by Ms. Jarrett and seconded by Mr. Wildwoody, I believe, was the first one with that. If there's no discussion, we'll entertain a vote. I'll do a voice vote because we clearly know which direction this is headed. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries and the map amendment is continued. Thank you for catching me. Do we need a quick breather? Or you guys want to keep rolling? Let's keep rolling. All right, before we dive into this one, we know this is a big one. We know that the community has come out in a commanding presence. So with that, for the sake of moving this thing along, I fully endorse and fully am a huge proponent of this level of participation in these processes. An active community is always for the benefit of the entire community. Therefore, as you submit your speaker cards, we're going to have to really monitor and manage how many people speak. So as the presentations are being made, if you all would curtail your presentations and try to make it as concise as possible. That would be greatly appreciated. Additionally, if someone that goes before you says exactly what you want to say, please don't come up and say the exact same thing. Allow for that to be your piece. We would greatly appreciate it. I'm sure everybody else that is here on behalf of the petition and or that's just spectators for the sake of joining process would love for the process to be swift and accurate and be able to go home and start your evening. So if you would, please honor those few things for me. That would be greatly appreciated. Another thing, just for the sake of order, we know that this is a hot item. If you would, please, if you hear something that you like, don't celebrate. If you hear something that you don't like, don't moan and groan out loud. It's just going to be a disruption. And we want to minimize those types of things. If that becomes an issue, I will be forced to ask you to remove yourself just so we can afford everybody the opportunity for their record to be recorded accurately, and so people that can know and understand exactly what's happening with the developments of this petition. If you all would please participate and cooperate with those requests, that'd be greatly appreciated. All right. So, okay, a point was just made to me that there are several individuals attempting to yield their time. It's still going to end up being a ton of time. So I'm going to try my best to manage all of these donations of time as best I can. However, I cannot promise that I'm going to be able to honor everybody's yielding of time to your neighbor, and so they can speak for 15 minutes instead of you doing it for 3, and so and likewise for your other neighbors. Just please be respectful of the process and trying to communicate as concisely as possible. I know there are a lot of concerns. I know there are a lot of positions and feelings towards these things, and I completely respect that. But we still want to be judicious with the time and manage this thing appropriately. So, again, I'll go ahead and introduce the petition, and then we'll get this underway. This is the petition of a comprehensive plan future land use map review in the vicinity of 343 Buckhalter Road.
Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Point of order. Can someone explain why we are back here today discussing something that has already been voted on before we start? And I think it would need a motion before any discussion is made to reconsider. That's my personal opinion, and I'd like a legal opinion, if that's okay.
The staff, did you?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so the present request is actually a request on behalf of the petitioner in the previous request to review the future land use map. The future land use map requires consistency in the city of Savannah in order to grant zoning. And so actually I was going to start by going back to the previous staff report in order to pull up some points that staff made just to set the tone for moving forward. So again, this is not a revision or a reevaluation of what was previously requested. This is a separate petition that is required in order to bring the future land use map into consistency so that this board may grant zoning to it, okay? So in the previous matter, staff recommended denial of the request to rezone from RACO to light industrial, RACO being residential agricultural in the county to light industrial. And the first condition was that the applicant apply for an amendment to the comprehensive plan prior to moving this agenda item to the city council for final approval. Again, as a point of clarification, the city's zoning ordinance requires that the future land use map be one of a very particular set of designations before zoning is granted to that particular parcel. So the future land use map, in order to, for example, to rezone a parcel from traditional neighborhood to, say, regular business, you would need the future land use map to correspond, anticipating that there were going to be some degree of intensity. So, of course, a traditional residential designation anticipates, in essence, a lower density residential use, whereas our business districts or commercial districts permit a variety of uses. They may be higher intensity residential uses, or they may be commercial uses in and of themselves. So in essence, these two maps have to be in alignment before zoning is granted. This is an effort to go back to what should have been first. So that was the recommendation of denial, and the condition that this board evaluate a request to amend the comprehensive plan. That is what is at issue and being discussed right now. Also, just to address some misconceptions that seem to be circulated, in reviewing the staff report that was made available online, under impact and suitability, under comprehensive plan use element, comprehensive plan land use element, the Chatham County Savannah Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map designates the subject property as residential suburban single family. The proposed light industrial zoning district is not compatible with the residential suburban single family land use designation. That's a direct quote from the previous staff report. Moving forward to page 7, the rezoning of these parcels would adversely affect the existing surrounding zoning, the existing surrounding single family neighborhood. A significant buffer would be required from the residential properties that the subject parcels are adjacent to. So again, another excerpt directly from the staff report, just to show that staff has remained consistent on this particular matter. Finally, MPC comment here under the ordinance criteria: the proposed parcels being requested for rezoning to light industrial are not in conformity with the policy and intent of the comprehensive plan's residential suburban single-family land use designation. The proposed use would be for warehousing and light industrial. Staff recommends the applicant apply for a comp plan amendment for the subject parcels. Again, all of these things are taken directly from the staff report regarding the previous action. I'm now moving into the current request, okay? So again, just to give some background, the comprehensive planning process is something that Georgia jurisdictions undertake every 5 years, more or less, for the purpose of remaining in compliance with qualified local government status. There are a number of things that the Department of Community Affairs, typically financial, money, CDBG and other financial incentives that the Department of Community Affairs offers to local governments if they plan, in essence. And so local governments are incentivized to undertake planning efforts for the purpose of getting those funds. There are a number of other groups that will fund plans if they're attempting to protect or promote environmental concerns, promote walking and health-related initiatives, things of that nature. So planning itself, a lot of times, if there are folks who have funds available, if they see that you plan and you're able to produce a plan, they will give you funding in order to build out your plan where, say, a local government might not have it in its budget, or it might be just a nice incentive that you've planned and someone else is willing to support the development of your community because they believe in the cause that you're planning for. So QLG status is the primary concern. And again, any Georgia jurisdiction that exercises zoning or something similar is required to produce a land use element within its comp plan. And what this is going to do is going to tell folks how it is that you're going to use that tool in order to shape the built environment within your jurisdiction. That is the purpose of planning. The character area map is the best tool I've seen, and it is the one that we use for the purpose of sort of painting this picture of what it is that our community is going to look like. Okay, and the functional aspect of the character area map is the future land use map. So the character area map personally, as a practicing planner, I think it's great to speak with community people who do other things to talk about the look and feel of a community. So when we talk about character, we're saying, is this an area where, it's a family area where we're going to walk and, we're going to enjoy quiet evenings at home, or is this a place that is described as an activity center where we're going to do our shopping, or where we're going to put industry or commerce or things of that nature. So these different character areas are kind of plain language ways that we describe the look and feel of our environments. The actual functional implementation of that is reflected in our future land use map. And it's the future land use map, those particular designations that have to correspond in order to get zoning. So the two of those things work hand in hand, if that makes sense. So again, if you don't remember the Plan 2040 process, this is just a great cue to look out for it when it comes back around. You're going to see things advertised online. If you're wondering, why is it these people are blowing me up, trying to get me to fill out surveys, trying to understand what it is that I want my community to look like, this is where this matters. Because at that point, there's going to be a future land use map that is adopted that's going to put colors on your property and say something about what your community sees as the future of your land. It is at that point that citizens are encouraged to intervene. So if you've ever wondered, that's where that comes from. That's when that is decided, okay? So in any event, these designations, they are intended to be fluid. They are not intended to be zoning. We have zoning for that purpose. But we bring the future land use map to venues such as this, where we consider parcel by parcel rezonings, and we attempt to kind of use this policy document in order to shape the outcome of any given individual zoning decision. How is it that we decide that this particular parcel needs to go from being residential agricultural to light industrial? Well, let's look at what the character area says. Let's look at what the future land use map says. Do we need to amend these things? So this is kind of a step that probably should have occurred before, but we're here now. We're going to work through it. So, all right. In the staff report, I included a picture of the map just for everyone here. So again, if you haven't seen Plan 2040, you can kind of see there are all of these pretty colors, and each one of them paints a picture of what that corresponding area is supposed to look like. And also there is the future land use map. So they look slightly different, but again, they are intended to work in conjunction with one another and to inform our processes such as this one right here. So the specific request was for the rezoning of 10 parcels that total 52.86 acres. That's the actual request that we're considering. And so we went back and we looked at the future land use surrounding those particular parcels in light of what had happened on the Buckhalter track. And it's unfortunate that that was the case, but I can say one of the very first things that I did when I got here about 2.5 months ago, I went and I looked at old zoning maps. And dating way back to the 60s, the Buckhalter tract was a manufacturing tract, dating back to the 60s. So if you bought a parcel adjoining Buckhalter from 1970 onward, if you had looked at a zoning map, you would have seen that right next to you was a manufacturing tract. That's probably an unpopular opinion, but that's a map that we have here. They're very interesting. I encourage people to come look at them. It's great to kind of understand the trajectory of the growth of your neighborhood, and that's one of those things that right now, having people understand that would have been helpful. So in any event, in light of the fact that the developers at Buckhalter have gone and pulled permits and have actually constructed industrial use within earshot of residents that are nearby, we went back and in an effort to sort of understand how is it that we create a positive path moving forward, we looked at the future land use map to come up with some sort of a solution, right? To figure out how is it that in spite of what's happened, we can sort of correct the course and put in place a policy document that is a better guide for moving forward. And that's kind of what you see right here in front of you. And I'll get to the specifics of it in just a second. But anyway, yeah, so that was the 10 parcels were requested, and they total about 52 acres, and they are right next to this Buckhalter tract that I want to say is 1,000 acre industrial park, right? So you've put these 10 parcels right next to this massive manufacturing tract, and unfortunately there was no buffering. And I bring that up for a reason, because at this point, we're discussing lessons learned. That's really what this is about. And so when we look at those character areas, we chose character areas that we felt like would be appropriate in order to kind of reshape the development of this particular area. And the result that you see here is that we assigned a future land use of light industrial. It intended to be a buffer between the industrial uses to the south and the front parcels that are adjoining Buckhalter Road. So you've got an 800-foot buffer that would extend from the adjoining Buckhalter track up, and then from that 800 feet to Buckhalter Road, you would have residential general use. Residential general, in referring to Plan 2040, is a future land use designation that anticipates a full range of residential uses. They are multifamily, they're attached single family, detached single family. It is any of those things, and it has an associated density of 10 units, in excess of 10 units per gross acre, okay? So next to this light industrial future land use area, the idea is that you are going to create something that is multifamily that's probably a bit more suited to sit next to the type of things that are going to be going on that industrial tract, because the existing single-family uses, it's probably not a very pleasant place to live. We have left in place the PD that was across the street, as well as the residential suburban single-family that is also on the north side, and there's a small portion that we also recommended be switched to residential general. Again, this is in the interest of kind of balancing a number of factors that have come into play after the fact. It does represent a compromise. It is not ideal. And this board will also see very soon another petition coming up where you will see a rezoning run concurrently with the future land use map amendment, which under the best of circumstances, I think that's probably how these things go, right? We don't want to do them after the fact. But again, these things represent a compromise in an effort to put something in place that will leave some value for those that are affected on both sides and hopefully preserve the character of the community that's in place along Buckhalter Road. So I will leave out the extensive descriptions. I will throw in the residential suburban single-family future land use is an area that anticipates detached single-family development, if you're wondering. So that particular one has the lowest of all proposed densities. And so in the future, we can't say exactly what that would look like, but the expectation is that it would have an associated density of somewhere in the range of five units per acre, maybe a little bit less. Right? So each one of these things is just sort of a general vision of what these particular areas would look like. I'll also throw out that the residential general future land use kind of contemplates that there would be some associated neighborhood scale uses. So you might see some non-residential things in there. You might see a convenience store. You might see dry cleaners and other small convenience things that you don't mind having around your house because they make things easier. So those higher density residential general flume categories anticipate a variety of things, but what it's indicating is that this is a neighborhood scale area. It is not single family detached in particular. There's an associated density with it. Okay. So the ordinance does not specify, the Savannah zoning ordinance does not specify criteria, but in looking at a number of zoning ordinances, I came up with 4 criteria that are used by other jurisdictions within the state. And I wrote about those in hopes that they would help you put this in proper context and understanding why this amendment is necessary, and also to keep it in mind for future amendments to the future land use plan. So the first of those is the relationship of the proposed amendment to the existing and future land uses depicted in the future land use map. The suburban residential character area anticipates, again, a relatively low density residential development, not to exceed 5 units per acre. And the proposed rezoning would permit the development of warehouses, outdoor storage yards, large-scale commercial uses, and manufacturing, all of which are inconsistent with the predominant character in this area. So again, this is an after-the-fact conversation, but beforehand, we can see that these two are squarely inconsistent. And in keeping with staff's original recommendation. So number 2, the relationship of the proposed amendment to any applicable goals, objectives, policies, criteria, and standards adopted in the comprehensive plan. Again, these documents, the flume and the character area map, these things should be regarded as persuasive. Just like in any, legal situation, right? They're going to look for similar cases that are going to be regarded as persuasive. I would describe these maps as being similar. They should be persuasive, though you're going to see some variation between what actually plays out because of economic circumstances, because of environmental circumstances. They are going to fluctuate, but more or less it's a picture that is anticipating a residential use. It's anticipating a commercial use of some sort. It's telling you there's going to be increased density or things of that nature. So it's painting a very vague picture of what a future area might look like. To date, no evidence really suggests that there's been significant changes short of those things that are happening to the south on the Buckhalter track. There's been nothing that really suggests that the character of the Buckhalter Road area has changed, except for the things that are going on there. And so chances are removal of that transition zone would have the effect of creating an environment that is unsuitable for single-family residential use. And so in looking at the third criteria, other professional planning principles, standards, information, and more detailed plans and studies, this is a place where I think we could really get the most out of this particular evaluation. This is a situation where the proposed development revealed to Savannah that our buffering standards between certain uses are woefully inadequate. There was a 40-foot buffer that was left between these single-family residences and these warehouses. And so this is an opportunity where perhaps this board can look at this situation and say, perhaps we want to consider something like proportional buffers. So if you have a development that happens to be 1,000 acres of manufacturing, you want to have some proportional response rather than saying a fixed 40 feet, which is appropriate for, maybe a 30, 50, or 100,000 square foot warehouse. But, for the million square feet warehouses that we're getting now, which were likely unanticipated at the time of writing of this ordinance, we need something that's a little bit more robust in order to protect those. So I think this is really probably the biggest benefit that we can get out of what's happening right now. How is it that the MPC can now respond and adopt policies that protect residents? Also, things like overlays, which we've discussed at length today. Industrial overlays that sort of develop character and keep these things in the places where we want them. That's another one of our tools that we would use in this type of a context. So the fourth criteria, written comments, evidence, and testimony of the public. So as you can see, we have had a very strong response from both sides with regards to this. In the initial meeting, I noted at that time there were 86 individuals who appeared at the meeting held on June 5th who were in opposition, and there were approximately 10 that day who voiced support for it. So by now you have a pretty strong gauge of how the community feels about what it is perhaps that should or should not happen here, but ultimately that decision lies with you. So that is staff's evaluation on this particular revision. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Would you do me and the public a solid just to make sure that we are extra clear on what exactly we will be making a determination on today? Would you just state it for the record for me?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. So what you see in front of you is a revision to particular parcels on the future land use map. This amendment to the future land use map is not a rezoning. Again, this is an amendment of a policy document that we use in making future decisions. And so at the point that we are going about making, the decision to rezone land, we are consulting these documents in order to say, what is it that through our established community processes, we decided the community said they wanted this neighborhood to look like. And so we're just going in light of everything that we've heard and everything that has transpired and saying, what can we do to fix the map so that in the future we are better guided by our policy documents as to what it is that should occur. So it is just an amendment to the future land use map and not a rezoning. However, I can say that, again, referring back to the ordinance, Savannah's zoning ordinance has a specific tie where zoning is associated with the future land use category. In the absence of the particular future land use category, technically the property cannot be rezoned. So in order for certain zonings to take place, this particular document must reflect consistency with that. That's helpful.
Thank you for that clarification. I hope that helps everybody understand what their position is, everybody understand what you've checked off to, I guess, again, repeat your position. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was clear, so as we move forward, and as for the board as well, make sure as we move forward, we know exactly what we are making a determination on today. Question for staff. Ms. Amick.
I've reviewed all this, and I've done a lot of research, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding what is in front of me right here. So, the original lots, the first 10 on the left side, right, are right below them, light industrial. Isn't that already Rockingham Farms?
It is not. Rockingham Farms would end right here.
So you're
at this
taking
line.
all these 10 lots and basically dividing them in half? Suggesting that?
Well, and this is describing a character. This is not a zoning, it's not a split zoning, it's a character. And the idea is that this light industrial area here would buffer from the things that are happening right here, right? So you're going to have residential use that would be permitted to happen here with this 800-foot buffer. And again, this is pointing to a character. So this is not even necessarily determining a particular set of uses. This is just saying the idea here is that this is going to be a light industrial, which the comprehensive plan is going to point to a prescribed set of things that are appropriate here. We're saying that this is the character of this area.
So kind of easing in from industrial, heavy industrial. So the people who own these 10 lots, when they get that offer to sell, is the purchaser getting all of that land?
When the purchaser, say the purchaser were to get all of these parcels here,
Right.
they would own all of the land. What these colors are indicating is what is appropriate on each section of land. So residential uses of varying degrees in excess of 10 units per acre would be appropriate in this area. And those uses described under light industrial character area in the comp plan would be appropriate here.
So this is not giving the petitioner what they want as they have previously asked for?
It is not. This is a pure staff evaluation based on planning principles and practice.
This is just an update of the tool. This is an update of the tool.
How,
Mr. Welch.
how does this affect our last vote? When we voted 7-4 in approval, how do we come up with this map now? When Balcalter Road itself could be a buffer. I just want you, I want to be explained how this came about, this map.
So again.
And I'll say this, you made a statement a minute ago that, maybe I heard you wrong, correct me, I can be corrected, but the previous staff made an error?
I don't
Or
think
previous staff's mistake? Did I hear that wrong?
No, I'd say it was a procedural thing that should have come up. I'm not going to point to staff. I'm sure,
Okay.
interestingly, the staff report does reflect the correct process. That much I can say.
Okay.
I wasn't here at the time.
I know you weren't.
So,
But we voted on this, and we passed this, and I feel like we're starting all over again, going back to zero, when people have been waiting years for just phase one to move forward, and we're back here again. We take 3 steps forward, and we've taken 8 back.
And Mr. Welch,
these 8
if I
property
may,
owners.
what should have happened is that the flume should have been done first, before the rezoning. The flume actually should have been amended first. That should have been the process, and that's what the code says, is that that amendment should come before the rezoning.
Mr. Noah.
Chair, I wouldn't disagree with you, but this is after the fact, so maybe it should match what the vote was.
Yeah, it should. These people have been waiting years, and to tell them we should have, yeah, we should have. And they're owed an explanation. I'm sorry, that's how I feel about it. There's some people who put their lives on the back burner for this project. who are counting on this project. These are people age 70 and older who have lived there, for a long time. And they don't deserve this. They do not deserve to be treated like this.
What I can say is the zoning ordinance requires that the future land use designation be consistent. To grant the vote inconsistent with the future land use map would be in contravention of the ordinance. I don't know how to say it more plainly.
I believe that what we did was we voted contingent on the future land use map study.
And I don't recall specifically, unfortunately, the person that made the motion is not present, Mr. Irvin. So we would have to check minutes to confirm that that is indeed the intent, because I think the question was asked, is that the intent of the motion? And I apologize that I don't recall immediately, but we may need to refer to such. We'll catch some more of the board discussion. Mr. Melder.
Thank you, Chair. I think staff should be able to pull up exactly what those conditions were, and that one of those conditions was that we consider a future land use map. And Mr. Moore, I appreciate your staff work and prior staff work on this. My comments are going to be pretty sympathetic to my colleagues and similar to comments I've made about this project before. And I agree with you that the procedure that and the process that we moved along has caused a tremendous amount of angst, has caused opportunities for misinformation, has caused opportunities for rife and strife in the process, where we could have avoided that by being able to set forward the right process at the beginning of the petition. I wish that this map that is being shown on the screen could zoom out, because even though right now we're taking up an issue of a larger, more abstract planning document than specific zoning, it is in relation to a specific zoning and to a specific project and to particulars that exist in our community today that we have to create a solution for because there's a problem. And I think that the reason this is a pretty important project and why we see a lot of engagement is because it's symbolic of some things that are happening in our community that we have to get our head around, right? Which is, how do we balance the industrial and commercial growth that has pressure on our area, which is on a whole a good thing. We want that economic opportunity, but how do we balance that with making sure that we have livable, healthy, sustainable communities for people to live in, right? So that's the whole purpose, and I think that we've got sides where folks want to see their community remain, agriculture or remain green and less dense, and that's all well and good. And then we have residents who, that opportunity was taken away from them, or what never existed because it was a prior manufacturing site and was rezoned for a larger manufacturing site. And now their properties back up to a pretty significant commercial and industrial property, and their lives, have been greatly impacted. And so the reason why I wish that we could zoom this map out is to show that, the parcels in question, at least for the rezoning, and I know that we're talking about this abstract future land use map, or more abstract than a zoning request, but it matters because it's conditional of a specific zoning request, is that the light industrial area that abuts these properties is roughly 20 times the size of these blue areas that you have here. 20 times the size. So what we have put before us today is a future land use map that, in my opinion, attempts to split the baby in a way that exacerbates the problem instead of solves the problem, right? So now we're creating an artificial barrier of appropriateness or character that dissects properties on a whole Whereas we could have a more natural barrier like a right-of-way that would be able to provide that character barrier a little more appropriately. You also said in your statement that the light blue that you have on the map provides an 800-foot buffer between residential and light industrial, but that isn't true. Now, I know that the condition of the rezoning says that there's 200 feet of buffer, but it isn't 800 feet. So no matter where we draw the line to say this is where light industrial is appropriate and this is where residential is appropriate, it's still just a buffer of 200 feet, unless it abuts a right-of-way, which makes that even greater. So why I wanted to zone this out is you have a lot of members of the community here today, and rightfully so, who are concerned about Redgate Farms and concerned about density further north of the project, but that's a half a mile to a mile away from the most northern portions of this project. Then you have members of a church to the west on Buckhalter Road, which is also a half a mile down Buckhalter Road from the nearest part of this parcel. And while I know that that's, in some ways that can be seen, well, that's part of the neighborhood, it is a good distance away from these parcels, especially when you talk about that the size of the Rockingham Farms industrial site is 20 times larger than these parcels together. So when I think about how do we solve this specific problem, we've already created a condition for the developer should, and this is a big should too. We're all talking about whether or not the developer is going to buy out the residents that we're caring about who have these 10 parcels on this property right now in phase one. But that developer isn't going to, I'm not going to speak for that developer, but I would say that if they're not going to be able to use the land for light industrial, then it doesn't become very valuable for them. And we're putting our residents who own this property at pretty great risk that they're going to have to either come up with new arrangements with the developer at a lesser price point, that they just sell half of their property but are still stuck with the problem, and now they only have half of the land that they had, but they're still living on it. So, and some of these issues I think are created a little bit by misinformation, whereas, the Rockingham Farms project, and this predates both of us, Edward, I know, but it's there. It's happening. Those industrial and commercial spaces are happening. The interchange off of Veterans Parkway has been built. That's where no traffic is coming on Buckhalter Road, unless we keep it as residential and allow for traffic to come down Buckhalter Road. If we extended the character and the zoning of commercial up to Buckhalter Road, the developer would have to provide a 200-foot buffer and berm between Buckhalter Road to the north and to any parking lot or building that they would ever build on that parcel. Again, which is dwarfed in comparison to the larger Rockingham Farms that's behind there. I mean, we're talking about minuscule scale at this point. And what I'm kind of surprised about is, to me, and I'm not a planner, but I'm not a novice either, is the natural barrier is that right-of-way in that road, especially since we've already put the condition that no commercial traffic is coming on Buckhalter Road, 0. You've got the interchange there at Veterans Parkway that's already built. It's not planned, it's not funded, it's built. Like, that traffic is coming off of Veterans Parkway onto the Rockingham Farm site. And this would allow us to create a more natural, larger barrier between current residential and commercial. The other thing that concerns me about where we've drawn the line here is that, and again, this goes back to a discussion we had on this board a few months ago, is the definition of residential general. You talked about, 5 units per acre, but that's not what the future land use map would dictate. That would just be the character. in a few years, a developer could come back and say, well, I want to buy this land, but the only thing that's going to make it viable, because there's a 400-acre industrial site to the south of it, is going to be multifamily homes. Now, I think that the community to the north would much rather have a 200-foot buffer and a berm on Buckhalter Road than a series of multifamily home developments. So I just want everybody to think about the potential consequences that could come from changing to drawing a future land use map that talks about those two characteristics in these two places, where I think a more appropriate place to draw the line would be at Buckhalter Road. And I know that there are residents who are really protective of their homes and their area and their businesses to the north, and I completely respect that, and the church to the west, but it's just kind of look at, what is the decision that's being made and what's in the better interest of, protecting, if that's what you're looking for, lower density, or protecting traffic mitigation or noise mitigation, or light pollution or noise pollution into your current parcels. A 200-foot berm and barrier in a right-of-way is a pretty good is a pretty good place to draw the line, in my opinion, and also solves the problems for our other residents who are really trying to get out of this area, and who from the beginning of the project, have been told this would be an opportunity should MPC and City Council support these efforts. And all throughout this project, that has kind of been the goal. And to get hung up now, I think is very devastating for these property owners. So that's my piece, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milder. Any further discussion questions or comments to staff? From a process standpoint, I would just like to insert into, I hear all of the concerns of the board members thus far. I align with some not so much, but of all of it, the most important component for me is to make sure that it's captured for the record that we, both the MPC as well as the city and all other parties involved in a process like this, make sure that we adhere to the process so that we don't get in a sticky situation where we are backpedaling on some of the things that have been presented, or there's a ton of confusion and we have our citizens in limbo. That's really the highest priority for me in this instance, is to making sure that we align with the process, and so that we have these things and these tools to use. What's the use of a tool to use if you decide to circumvent is what it's built for? I just wanted to insert that just so that we understand going forward. Again, we have to resolve this issue. We have to select the path forward, but we need to leverage and utilize the tools that we have in place just to make sure that we are doing what is best for not only the city, but also the people that make up the city and at large. Okay? Ms. Jarrett.
So I just want to make sure that I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is that the MPC, the city, and the county all need to follow the process.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Anything else for staff?
And this is Pamela Everett. And one thing that you will remember is during the course of the last meeting, Ms. Wilson kept stressing to the board that they needed to wait until we did the comprehensive plan. They reviewed it and had the opportunity to look at the entire area, and that's what we've done.
Agreed.
And that's what this board directed us to do. And so we have to make good planning decisions based upon what we have.
Agreed.
And this would be a good planning decision.
Agreed.
Unfortunately, where we are is a place that was not following the process. So we are where we are.
Right. Anything else for staff?
I'd like to ask, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Welch.
did any commissioner here go out to this property?
Yes.
I did myself. I walked it for 2 hours. and I drove down Garrard, I drove down Buckwater, both ends, and walked the property where the project, on the back of these 8 owners, gave me permission to walk in their backyard. And I just, if y'all saw that, I commend you for doing that, because that's what we should be doing, giving the people due diligence. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Morrow. Before we get too much further in, I got 2 points. First, I would like to input into the record that there is, I know and understand people are eager to participate in the process. However, there are some things that is deemed inappropriate, and one of those things that's deemed inappropriate is ex parte communications. We have received numerous emails, numerous calls, and such. And quite frankly, when there is an item on the agenda, we simply can't talk to you all about it, period. So for those emails, the proper channel would be to submit that stuff, those documents, that information into the possession of staff for them to be able to input it into the record, for it can be a part of the open conversation, the open communication, for determining the path forward in a public forum. If any of us were to be in place where we would be replying to these types of things, we would have to try to corral all of these informations, all of these responses, and bring it to the public forum to give everybody the fair opportunity and operate above board and with full transparency. That's what it is. So I'm going to read something really quick just to educate and inform, and then we'll move into the next piece of this. So basically, there's a memorandum that was released specifically about ex parte communications. Said this memorandum serves as a reminder to all board members to refrain from engaging in ex parte communications with applicants and/or their representatives outside of a properly noticed and called board meeting regarding matters pending before the board. Ex parte communications is when a member of the public and applicant or his or her representative engages in communication either verbally or in writing regarding a pending application or project with a member of the decision-making body, the board, outside of a public hearing. This type of communication is improper, and as it may serve as improperly influence board members' decisions regarding a pending application and/or project, or provide additional information which is not in the application or provided in the public meeting. Ex parte communications apply in the following matters: design review applications, also known as certificate of appropriateness, zoning action and conditional use applications, zoning actions, variance applications. Ex parte communication does not apply to discussions with staff persons, as they are not decision makers. Again, that does not apply to conversations with staff because they are not decision makers, and it is their job and charge to bring that information to the board and insert it into the public record for us to make a determination off of. So I really wanted to make sure that everybody's very clear, and if you are in question as to why that is important, just imagine you were on the other side of the table and somebody had a conversation with a board member that influenced them about something in your community, and you didn't have the opportunity to be privy to the information that was shared that pushed the board member in that direction. So I just want, again, I don't know if every other chairman does this, but I like to take every opportunity I possibly can to educate the public so that you can make more informed decisions and be more informed in your participation in our processes. All right, thank you. So I'll move on to the next thing. We have quite a bit of public comment. We have approximately 52 speaker cards. That's great to hear. However, from a time standpoint, even if I cut it down to 2 minutes per person, we're looking at 90 minutes. That's an hour and a half of just public comment, not including the petitioner's presentation, which they are allowed at 20 minutes. I don't know if you all want to sit in here for the next 2.5, 3 minutes to talk about the same conversation, but I'm going to try to, scale that back. If you all have someone amongst yourselves that could be a representative for some of this individuals that share a same position, it would be awesome if you would be willing to combine your information and allow for that information to be submitted. If not, truthfully, I would really may have to try to back this down to about a minute to a minute and a half max, because we will be in here all night long if we are doing the typical allotted 3 minutes per individual. So if you would, please cooperate with me as best you can. I know everybody has a lot to say. I get it. I participate in these processes as a member of the public as well, so I fully understand. I just please ask that you work with me on this, and let's try to trim some of the time down, because I'm pretty sure a lot of the information is very similar in nature. As we've heard, again, you guys been through this process quite a few times, and we've heard a lot of your comments, and they are pretty consistent. Not trying to slight you of the opportunity to contribute, but just want to get it under control. All right. Thank you. So we'll allow for the petitioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few slides here that wanted to make sure if I could make sure that my slides are up. Yes. That's it. So I can see the section.
I thought that was phase 2. It is phase 2.
Reintroduce that. This is about this.
Yeah, okay. For the record, my name is John Northup. I'm an attorney with Bowen Falligant, and I'm here representing Capital Development Partners. I'll try to keep it brief in light of Mr. Chair's words, which I agree with. I think several of my points have already been discussed, but to try to make sure that everything is clear, because we do have a little bit of procedural irregularities here, I'll walk through just a few things with you. I think that they should hopefully illustrate a few points. We are here today to talk about the future land use map amendment. The rezoning petition is not something that we are here to discuss today. That was already passed by this commission at its meeting on May 2nd. However, and I can provide a copy of the minutes if you want them, but I think Mr. Melder was correct when he said that one of the conditions that was placed on this commission's approval of that rezoning petition back in May was that we go back and file an application to amend the future land use map so that we could be consistent with the rezoning that was conditionally approved in May. So that's why we're here. Again, just to also clarify exactly which parcels we're talking about. I know Ms. Amick is new to this and asked a few questions about that. I've got my first slide here. The slide shows the two phases of where we're talking about. And where we're talking about, again, is several parcels that are between the northern boundary of Rockingham Farms, which is an industrial development that's partly owned at this point by Capital Development Partners, and Buckhalter Road to the north. Most of these properties line up side by side, and most of them are deep. They extend almost the entire way from Buckhalter down to Rockingham Farms. They're about 1,550 to 1,600 feet deep from Buckhalter down to the boundary. These parcels were parcels that some of the property owners actually, when Rockingham Farms was first developed, some of the parcel owners approached Capital Development Partners and asked them, would you consider buying these properties from us? That started the discussion. The discussion ensued, and Capital Development Partners actually approached all of the property owners in this section. That's all the way from really the Montessori School on the west side, all the way to Veterans Parkway on the east side. The Capital Development Partners was not able to come to terms with all of the property owners. It did come to terms with the owners of the 10 parcels kind of on the western side of that. And so what it did, and the reason that it probably could not come to terms with all of the property owners at the same time was quite honestly that on the eastern side, some of the parcels are a little bit smaller and they don't extend all the way down. And so they're a little harder to value. So, and I won't get into that, but suffice it to say that there was an attempt made. I think that it's still very much something that Capital Development Partners is looking at. But for the time being, it didn't want its inability to come to terms with kind of phase two to slow down its ability to annex, rezone, and acquire the phases that it had come to terms with on the western side. And so what it did is it said, okay, we're going to do these in two phases. Phase one is on the western side, which is the ones we're talking about today. Phase two is on the eastern side. The plan is to come back in the next 2 to 3 years and try to come to terms with phase two, but for right now, we're proceeding with phase one. So phase one, we filed the application with the city in November to annex these properties from the county into the city. We did that. The city passed that annexation unanimously in mid-January of this year. And when the annexation occurred, the properties which had been zoned RA under the county ordinance basically got designated RA-CO. And all that really says is they're still being governed for zoning purposes by the county ordinance, even though they are technically in the city. But because they're RA-CO, for any industrial or light industrial purposes, we needed to get them rezoned. So that's why we then, I think it was the week after the annexation was approved, we filed the petition to rezone these properties. And you can see here on the next slide, a map. This is actually a map that the city of Savannah did in connection with the annexation. And you can see, does it show my cursor? Yeah. You can see that this is phase one here, and it says RA, but this was prior to the annexation. These are now RACO. This is phase two over here. So phase one, RACO, phase two is still part of the county, so it's RA. Again, I'm not going to get into the details of the rezoning efforts since that's not really what we're here to discuss. That already passed. When it passed at the May 2nd meeting of this commission, it passed subject to 3 conditions, all of which had been proposed by the MPC staff. The first condition was that a 200-foot vegetative buffer be abut any surrounding residential properties. The second was that a recombination plat be filed that would combine all these parcels after Capital Development Partners acquires them, and that's something that we've never had a problem with. That's always been our intent. And the third was the one that really took up most of our time on May 2nd, and that was we wanted to make sure that we came back and we filed an application to amend the future land use map to make sure that when the rezoning gets in front of the city council, it's able to be approved if city council wants to, because the future land use map as well would also then have been amended for industry light is the term in the future land use map. So that was the reason for that. That really took up a lot of the discussion. I think that there were a lot of procedural discussions that you guys had. So we filed that application for the future land use map amendment the following day on May 3rd. The staff, again, as it's pointed out, said that it would review our application. We only applied to amend the future land use map for just phase one, not for phase two. And the reason we did that, quite honestly, is that we're only under contract with phase one. So we didn't have the consent of phase two, and so we couldn't represent to them and sign that form that says we're authorized to apply. However, staff indicated that it would review the entire area to see what worked from a future land use map context, and it did that. We did have, in the intervening time, we did actually, at staff's request, have a community meeting at which I'm sure several of the people that are here to speak today were also present. I participated online, but we did have a community meeting. I won't go into the details of that in the interest of brevity. We then would fast forward to the MPC staff report on the future land use map amendment. That was originally issued on or about June 11th. It was just a few days before the June 13th meeting. And it was functionally pretty similar to the one that was just issued this past Friday in advance of this meeting. I think that the map was a little bit different, but only to correct, the current map actually shows, this is the future land use map here. The current map actually shows the change in the future land use map that is proposed by staff, not just in phase 1, but also in phase 2 in the county, because the future land use map is both city and county. I hope that makes sense. But the staff report itself, as Mr. Morrow has gone through, this is the map that was attached to the MPC staff report. It is, and I think, Ms. Amick, you put it well, it really bifurcates both phase 1 and phase 2. It kind of draws a line in the middle of them. It says on the bottom half, the bottom 800 feet, it would be light industrial. I'm not entirely clear as to how that functions as a buffer, but it would be light industrial on the closest 800 feet, and then it would remain suburban residential on the 800 feet or so that is closer to Buckhalter Road. The problem with that is that, as I think Mr. Melder pointed out, it's very difficult for anybody to use that. That makes it very difficult for anybody, let alone capital development partners, to use that land, because you've got, you're splitting the properties in half. You've got future land use map that kind of runs through the middle of it. The zoning would probably follow the future land use map, so you'd have half of your property zoned residential or residential agricultural, and half of your property zoned light industrial. It would be very difficult for anybody to really do much with that. And then I don't even know how the buffers would play out, because you've got buffers that are supposed to happen between different permitted uses in zoning contexts. And so it would be very, very difficult for anybody to do anything with this. Simply put, the proposal by staff, if it's followed, would kill this deal. This deal would go away. There's just no way that, Capital Development Partners has negotiated prices with all of the owners of phase 1 properties based on its intent to use them for light industrial purposes. Oh, and by the way, it is only light industrial, not heavy industrial. I think I heard heavy industrial somewhere. But the point is, that's the highest and best use of these properties. And so Capital Development Partners, or any developer who would be interested in acquiring these properties, is not going to pay full price for them and then only get to use half of the properties for their intended use. So this one would make it very difficult for anybody for Capital Development Partners to continue with this purchase. The question arose as to why exactly this was proposed, and we did meet with staff about 2 weeks ago and asked them about it, because we weren't exactly clear. And it's getting more clear, but we still disagree with it. And I did listen to Mr. Morrow's explanation of it today. And I understand where he's coming from, but it doesn't change our view that we just don't think it would work. You're sure to hear from, there are a lot of people here. And I like Mr. Chairman, I respect the fact that people are here and fighting for what they believe in. However, I've heard several of the objections previously, and it's difficult to advance your position and hear the objections and not respond to them. There are a few things that I will say in terms of the objections based on what I've heard. The first is, many of the objectors that I have heard, because I've seen their addresses, are not from the directly affected areas, meaning they are from farther away than the people who own these properties. I would suggest that when people get up and make their objections, and I encourage them to do so, everybody is entitled to their opinions, I would encourage the commission to ask people, where is it that they are located? Where is their residence? Do they live across the street? Do they live farther away? Do they even live in the area? I understand people have interests, and I'm not saying their interests are necessarily disqualified, but I think that when you weigh the interests of people who are objecting who live a half mile away or a mile away this way, those are going to be, I think, carry less weight than the people whose lives are being altered based on this decision. So I'd ask you to keep track of that. The other thing is that I've heard a lot of objections based on quality of life, with the implication that if this development goes forward, if the rezoning is approved and if the future land use map is changed, it will destroy the quality of life for people in the Buckhalter Road community for different reasons. Nobody wants their quality of life disturbed, but I think that there might be some misinformation out there. So there were a couple of items that I just wanted to bring to the Commission's attention. The first, and this is the one that comes up, you guys probably hear it more than I do, is traffic. Traffic is a big concern. Buckhalter is not a huge road, but I think the staff report didn't mention it. I got up here and said it on May 2nd, but the simple fact is, and I think Mr. Melder correctly pointed this out, is that this development will result in 0 additional traffic on Buckhalter Road. And I'm going to say that again, no traffic on Buckhalter Road. And the reason for that is that when this entire development, when Rockingham Farms was subdivided, there was an agreement, and it was done between the city and CETA, and then the 3 developers who are part of Rockingham Farms. They agreed that there would be no traffic from the industrial development onto Buckhalter except for emergency vehicles and city maintenance vehicles. This is a copy of the subdivision plat that was developed in 2020, and it was signed by this commission and by the city in 2021. On the next slide, you can see I zoomed in because it's very small. But this is the section that says there's no access from Buckhalter to Rockingham Farms. That is something that, to my mind, that would be extended because Capital Development's plan is to acquire these once it's rezoned and extend the boundary of Rockingham Farms north to Buckhalter Road. That would mean that any traffic from these properties is going south through the Veterans Parkway Exchange that was just built at great expense, not onto Buckhalter. In fact, if you wanted to split hairs, this will actually result in less traffic on Buckhalter Road because all of the property owners on Phase 1 won't be using Buckhalter anymore. I mean, it's not a huge difference, but again, the traffic is not going to be an issue. Now, I'm not saying the traffic isn't an issue, but it's not the fault of this development. The real culprit for any additional traffic that's going to happen is going to be a large multifamily mixed-use development that's going to be in this area. You can see it. It's the properties that are to the north of Buckhalter, both to the east and the west of Veterans Parkway. That's a big tract. It's been approved. The zoning has been approved for, I think it's in excess of 750 units for multifamily. That's going to throw a lot of traffic onto Buckhalter. Not this. This is going to throw traffic away from Buckhalter, if any. So I think that it's very important to see that because the traffic ruining everybody's life is not going to be coming from this development. The other issue that you commonly see here in terms of disturbing quality of life is sound. And I get that. This is, the type of development that Rockingham Farms is warehousing, light industrial. It does involve trucks coming and going, and so sound is a concern. But that's something that we've been looking at Capital Development Partners has been looking at the entire time. Certainly, Capital Development Partners is open to considering a reasonable buffer along Buckhalter Road. It also has actually already an agreement that's signed with the city, pursuant to which the petitioner has to bond and then build a sound wall between Rockingham Farms and either Phase 1 or Phase 2 if it hasn't acquired those properties by certain dates. So it's going back and forth with the city. That agreement, I got a copy if anybody would like it. It was signed on June 5th. So that's in place. The other thing that I'll mention is that if we're talking about amending the future land use map here. Well, one part of the future land use map, the future land use map is part, as Mr. Mora pointed out, of the comprehensive plan. Comprehensive plan has a lot of pieces to it, as Mr. Mora pointed out. One of those pieces is the identification of certain growth centers around Savannah-Chatham County. And so I've got on these slides some excerpts from the comprehensive plan that talk about the growth centers. And the growth centers are basically designed to identify places that could be opportune for development in the area. And you can see on the first page, number 12, I believe it is Rockingham Farms. On the next page, you can see both the map of all of the growth centers in Savannah Chatham, and then I had to zoom in really tight because it was hard to see. But the interesting thing about it is if you look at the growth center for Rockingham Farms, it doesn't stop at the end, the current end of Rockingham Farms. It extends all the way to Buckhalter Road. You can see that in the graphic at the right. It extends all the way farther north. Now I know, and this has come up in conversations with staff, I know that the growth center map is not the future land use map. It's not dispositive. It doesn't say you gotta follow the growth centers. But what it does show is that the city and the county, when they put together the comprehensive plan, they put a lot of thought into it, as they have to. Somebody contemplated that these parcels, not just up to the current boundary, but all the way up to Rockingham, all the way up to Buckhalter, were considered as ripe for development at some point. So I throw that out there for anybody who thinks that this is, that this area has been identified as something that should remain pristine, because I don't necessarily think that's the case. I'm not saying it should be destroyed, but I think that it has been identified by the city and the county for potential development. A final thought or two, I know that there will be people who get up here, and I've seen the social media, I'm sure you all have too. There's a lot of talk about limiting the expansion of industrial properties in Savannah Chatham. And I echo Mr. Melder's words too. I mean, that's something that we have to balance. I get that. But I think sometimes, whether it's based on misinformation or whatever it is, I think people maybe are objecting and thinking that, well, we shouldn't have any more development. And I think the interesting thing about it is there's a group that's, I think, represented here, and their slogan is "Don't box us in." And I think that's intended to imply, well, we feel boxed in by industrial development if projects like these move forward. Let me tell you who will actually get boxed in if this deal does not go forward. The people that will get boxed in are Phase 1 and Phase 2. And here's why. If this rezoning doesn't succeed and the future land use map is not amended, then Phase 1 and Phase 2 are going to be left here. They will be surrounded by Rockingham Farms to the south, Veterans Parkway to the east, an enormous 750-plus unit multifamily development to the north, and the railroad tracks to the west.
Mr. Northrop, I'm going to interject for a brief moment. You
Yes.
got about 5 more minutes.
I'm actually wrapping up, but thank you.
Perfect.
Yep. So I would contend that those are the people that will get boxed in. They will be there. Not just that, but keep in mind that Phase 2 is still part of the county. So Phase 2, if this deal goes away, Phase 2 is an island of the county surrounded by, it actually would extend across to the east where the county still persists, but both of these properties would be boxed in if this doesn't go forward. And speaking of, the last thing I'll say is that as far as this not going forward, and Mr. Melder already hit on this as well, but if it doesn't pass, Capital Development Partners just economically, it doesn't work. It's not feasible for them to continue. And so the deal will go away. So the issue is that people are living in limbo. They have been for the past, over a year. They've been under contract since April of 2022. They've been waiting on this process for a long time. First we had to annex it, and then they've been waiting on the rezoning, and now on the future land use map amendment. Sadly, a lot of these people have been putting off necessary repairs because they don't really know if their house is going to close. They can't close on another house because they need the funds from this one in order to move forward. They can't even look at new residences to which they need to relocate, and while they're waiting, they're getting priced out of markets. I mean, I hear it from them all the time because we meet with them, and interest rates are going up, costs are going up, so they're ready to move forward with their lives, and they need this to happen in order for that to occur. So the last thing that I will say is that given the staff's recommendation for the future land use map, what we would like is for the future land use map alternatively to be amended not pursuant to staff's recommendation, but so that the entire Phase 1, pursuant to the initial application, the original application that I filed on May 3rd. And that would entail basically having all of the Phase 1 properties amended, the future land use map amended for those properties to industry light. That way we wouldn't be engaging in any kind of arbitrary splitting of these properties, and the rezoning could then go forward. The only other thing I'll say too is that despite the fact that we aren't discussing the rezoning here today, it is important because our next step is to go to the city council. And city council is going to hear both of these. They're going to hear the future land use map amendment application, and they're going to hear the rezoning application. And if both of those don't pass, so, it would be nice if we could go with a recommendation from the MPC on both of them. Right now, we've got it only on the rezoning, but not on the future land use map. And that's why this is actually very important. And I do appreciate the staff bringing it up, because we do want to follow the proper protocols. And with that, I think that's all I have. I'll entertain any questions anybody might have.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Northup.
Mr. Stevens, if I may, I just
ma'am.
have one point of clarification. I want to correct a misstatement that you made, Mr. Northrop.
Okay.
Was that there was no direction from this board that MPC study be consistent with the board's recommendation that was going to go to the city council. That was not what the board voted on. And then also that Ms. Wilson told everybody that when we did the comprehensive map, looking at the comprehensive map, that it would be the entire area and not just this one portion. I just want to clarify that for the record.
I agree with your second point. I don't think the first one was what I said. I didn't say that they had to be consistent. I said it would be nice. That's something we would certainly like. I'm not saying that they had to be consistent. Okay.
Any questions for the petitioner? All right. So we're going to figure out how to traverse the many comments. One sec. Okay, Mr. Wildwoody, 1 second.
I have a question for staff. The light industrial cuts halfway through all of these lots, and then you have general development. And I understand there's a 200-foot buffer requirement on the light industrial. Is that correct?
200-foot buffer requirement. No, I'm not.
Well, there's a 200-foot buffer requirement that we required, I believe, in the zoning. Is that it?
Okay.
I'm confused with the future land use map as to why that doesn't extend all the way to Buckhalter Road in this proposal for the future land use map, considering that there's already a 200-foot buffer that was approved by the board. That just confuses me, and speaking with a couple other folks on the board, they're a little confused too as to why that.
Okay, so this was a condition of the previous rezoning.
I'm sorry. See?
Is this a component of the zoning
Well,
ordinance?
if you go
The zoning ordinance
to your
requires
map
40 feet, if I'm not mistaken.
that you brought up,
If you would, the future land use map that you
Yeah, that
put
you
up,
brought
Mr.
up.
Morrow.
I'm sorry. Yeah, right there. Right there.
Okay.
I'm confused as to why that light industrial goes through those contiguous lots and not all the way up to Buckhalter.
That's why the light industrial stops here.
Yes.
Okay, so again, the idea was to provide a buffer of some sort. Now, this is from the actual future land use map designation.
Okay.
The idea is that the board itself could also add additional requirements such as buffers. So hence that third criteria that explained all of these things that would be helpful in sort of preventing this sort of industrial encroachment in the future. This is our recommendation with regard to what the map would look like. You guys can then go in and say, these are specific requirements that we would want to place at the edge of that particular designation. Or again, you could offer some sort of a recommendation as to shifting that line. That's also a possibility. So the idea is to give you options, right? These are things that we can use in order to kind of buffer the folks who are there and create a better situation moving forward. But you can add additional requirements on top of that.
Chairman.
1 second. I think, I just want to add this. Again, I've seen in multiple instances that, and I understand why there's some confusion. It seems that makes that line present as very arbitrary and why everybody's hung up. But I do want to just add to the comment, not to sway anybody either direction, that is not uncommon, and it's not uncommon and it's not uncharacteristic for different land uses to divide lots. I've seen it numerous times in various forums, this one included. So I just wanted to present that this look is not uncommon. The unfortunate part is it's established after we've already started taking certain actions. Mr. Noah?
And just for clarity, this is what's being proposed by staff.
Correct.
This is not the way it is today. This is proposed by staff.
Correct.
So if I could add one note, this bottom corner down here on the right, this is the way that the map currently reads. This is the way that it reads currently. The idea also behind the buffer, noise, particulate matter, all the things that come along with industrial development, these are all visual, the visual impact of having to look at these things. That's the idea behind adding this 800-foot buffer. Again, it was what we felt like was appropriate under the circumstances, referring back to the original staff recommendation of denial. The full parcels were indicated for single-family residential use. But this was in the interest of sort of attempting to buffer and push these uses back from the road so as to reduce visual effects, sound, particulate matter floating in the air, and all the associated things that come with industrial development.
I'm sorry, can you clarify that the particulate matter, does that relate to light industrial or heavy industrial?
In any type of, we could be talking about trucks moving around on gravel, depending on the scale of it. There are lots of particulate matter that's released. And again, we're sort of venturing off into things that are not within the confines of the zoning ordinance, generally speaking.
Correct.
So I don't want to tell you that this is something that's dictated by the zoning ordinance, but you as a board, you also consider these things in other matters. Alcohol licensing. When we talked about that earlier, we brought up proximity to schools and churches and things of that nature, even though they're not actually dictated by the zoning ordinance. That's usually some other section of a jurisdictional ordinance that would say what that distance requirement is. So as we're bringing these conditions and considerations in sort of establishing zoning requirements, we do this across the board, if that makes sense. So.
Thank you. Ms. Epstein?
Mr. Morrow, I'm having difficulty reading the current future, the one that's popped up right here, current future land use. Is this, and we had to revise it in order to, because we shouldn't have voted on the rezoning prior to this being revised, but I can't see on here where we didn't follow what was on here with our last vote.
So
The one that you just had.
The request was for light industrial zoning. So the future land use map was not considered. Actually, I'm going to go back to
Yeah, look at,
here.
yeah.
There we
Can
go.
you zoom in on that? And I can't tell what I'm reading here, sorry. So this was the one that was in place when we were voting.
Yes.
And what is all, you can, color-wise, can you see, that is all residential?
It is all residential,
Okay.
right? So when we look at these, the idea is that you would not have an industrial zoning that would occur here. Based on these future land use designations, the anticipated zoning would be some form of residential.
And because we approved making that entire area south of Buckhalter light industrial,
Light industrial.
then that's what we're voting on today. And then and our petitioner would love it if that entire section up to Burkhalter would want it
Light
light
industrial,
industrial.
right.
And you have recommended crossing that kind of meridian there.
Some sort of a mixture to sort of buffer to the south, again, 1,000 acres, acknowledging fully the scale.
But buffer, I think of a buffer as where something's not happening. But in the way you're using it, the light industrial is up against light industrial, so, right? The back half of what you said. So it's just adding residential to Buckhalter to make it more residential corridor, perhaps.
Well, the next phase of consideration would be actually, when we talk about zoning, we can condition a rezoning to say, these are the permissible activities within the light industrial zoning district that would be appropriate within this area. Maybe it is that this is an entirely vacant area. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying we can condition it and cut away things in the next phase. But that would require reconsideration of the previous matter.
Mr. Melder?
To make it light.
Mr. Chair, I think that's a great question about the buffer, and you could look at it that, in the way that we're using the term buffer here in the future land use map is actually the buffer would be those 10 to 20 residential parcels, we're considering them the buffer from other residential parcels north of Buckhalter Road from the light industrial areas to the south, which again, I think staff did tremendous work on this, but I think because of the issue with the way that we've kind of gotten mixed up in the process is we have to solve a pretty big problem. So that's where I worry about, is that the buffer we're creating is actually people and houses and not actual buffers between residential and light industrial.
Well, if I could, again, just to throw out, we're not considering the sort of nuances of a rezoning at this point.
No?
We can go into the rezoning and talk about the specifics. At this point, we're just talking conceptually, what is the character area? Maybe this is an industrial laydown of some sort that contains no structures of any kind. That's a discussion for a rezoning.
This is strictly future land use map amendment, strictly. Ms. Jarrett.
Understood. Within this strictly land use map amendment, my understanding of the land use that is intended for this area is a laydown yard for containers. And that, I think, is the major concern, is how does that impact those residents who live in the neighborhood? What are they going to see when they look at that property? Whether there's a 200-foot buffer, or, you know, if you put 800 feet and put residences in there, it's certainly going to buffer what Buckhalter drivers see. So I think that's really what these residents are most concerned about, is what is my neighborhood going to look like when this is all said and done?
So the MPC has the ability to kind of dictate, if we paint this vision of a character first and say, this will be an industrial associated use of some sort, we're going to put these parameters on it. The one at the front will be a residential use of some sort. We're going to put these parameters on it. So again, we're just kind of painting a character picture overall to say, this is how we're going to resolve what has been happening to the south.
Can I address your question briefly? Ms. Jarrett, I hear your concern, and I think you're probably correct.
Mr. Northup, would you just state your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, John Northup, for the petitioner. The one answer to that is that there are already tools out there with regard to container stacking. And first of all, I'm not even sure if container stacking is in the cards here. We're not sure that's what this would be. It's probably going to be a yard that would service the warehouse being built on the parcel just to the south. But whether that includes container stacking or chassis parking, we just don't know yet. Now, if it were determined that we wanted to do that, the City of Savannah zoning ordinance does have a very comprehensive section in place with regard to both container stacking and chassis parking. It really increases the barriers. So in order to, you have to have a stacking plan that we would have to come back before this commission and get approved. Then you have increased buffers. So before you can park any chassis or you can stack any containers, you have to have a 350-foot buffer between those chassis or those containers and any abutting residential property. So that would eliminate, that would be a pretty significant buffer right there. So anything that Capital Development Partners decides to do, should it get this property rezoned, it would certainly comply with the existing ordinance.
So if we put in the residential zoning, you'd have to back off another 350 feet into the new light industrial zoning
Correct.
to do whatever it is you want it to do.
Yes, I mean, the concept of having this be a buffer makes the whole thing functionally a buffer because
Ultimately, I think that the real concern for the residents is, what is my neighborhood going to look like? I know if I lived out there, that would be my concern. What is my neighborhood going to look like?
Right.
How different is it going to be when I'm all said and, or when you're all said and done with what you're doing?
I understand.
But, and you can't tell us that at this point in time.
I can't. All I can tell you is that we would comply with the existing. The existing actually has a much lower requirement for a buffer, but I think that we would be okay. At this point, the rezoning has been approved subject to a 200-foot buffer. We would be okay with that as well, so it would be 200 feet back from Buckhalter. And that's far in excess of what actually the ordinance requires, which is only an 8-foot fence and a 40-foot buffer. So I understand that, but the only thing I would say there is that if we're trying to rewrite the ordinance to protect people, let's rewrite the ordinance, right? Let's do it the right way and not try to do it on the back end.
Only at this point, it's kind of hard to rewrite the ordinance and include you in that part of the ordinance rewrite.
I understand that, but that's, people make plans based on the ordinances on the books.
All right. Anything else for the petitioner? Okay. Again, I hope that we have attempted to consolidate some of the comments. I do have a stack, and I'm assuming that all of these individuals are with one another. Quite frankly, all of the handwriting is exactly the same, so I'm pretty sure it is. So with that being said, if we could consolidate this stack to the one individual, that would be greatly appreciated. Do we feel like that's something that can be achieved? No. Okay. One person? Wait a minute, sir. Please don't take that tone. Please don't give that energy. It was a simple question. And we'll move how it makes the most sense. But if we can be cooperative and collaborative in this, then we could possibly afford more. If not, I'll just make the executive decision and say yes, one person, and it would be one person. So let's work with each other on it, and we'll move along accordingly. Ma'am, what's your name?
I'm Helen Hester.
Helen Hester.
I'm a lawyer at Weiner Strauss. We've had a number of I shouldn't use community meetings, neighborhood meetings, and we've done our best to be greatly organized out of respect, kind of knowing that you guys had a meeting before this and to try to expedite things. Yeah. If I could, I would love the opportunity to speak first, so that maybe I can cut out a lot of the, duplicity.
That would be.
And then I would also just ask that you hear from some of the tree residents out there who we've been strategically planned to organize and had a list that we submitted earlier to staff, I believe. I don't know where that list is, but there were about 9 people total, and it may not end up being 9. Okay. I've done my best knowing kind of what was going to come down the pipeline to consolidate what I have to say and try to knock out a lot of that.
Okay, so in efforts to consolidate, I will allow you to go first. And again, I am going to request of the other individuals, if she makes your point, please let that be your point. Ms. Hester, you can go ahead, and I suppose what I'll do is I'll allow for 3 minutes in this instance. If she is going down the path that works with what you have to say and you wish to yield some time. Now, I'm not going to give all 3 minutes. I'm just going to be straight up about that right now. I'm not going to give all 3 minutes and stack up 3 minutes for 15 people. Not happening. But I will allow for her to continue so long as you, individual that wish to yield your time, indeed says, okay, I'm no problem, she's hitting my points, I'm done. So we'll start at 3 minutes. I'll check in, and we'll see how to proceed from there.
I appreciate that, Chairman Stevens. As I mentioned, I'm Helen Hester. I'm a lawyer at Weiner Strauss. I represent not this whole group of people. I represent specific owners of the property that's just generally known as Redgate Farms, which is somewhat across the street from the Buckhalter properties that are the subject of this matter. Chairman Stevens, I appreciate your attention to detail and desire to adhere to process. I will respectfully submit to everyone that these matters are riddled with procedural issues, and I want to address those first because I think that might dictate what happens. This property, the subject parcels, I'm just going to call them the subject parcels, the 10 parcels that are the subject of Mr. Northup's application were just annexed into the city on January 12th of this year. When they were annexed, they were zoned RACO. By Georgia law, under the zoning procedure laws, as a condition to any annexation, the municipality shall not change the zoning or land use plan relating to the annexed property to a more intense density than that stated in the notice or application that was submitted to the county and approved by the county for 1 year after the effective date of the annexation, unless that change is made in the comprehensive plan and is adopted by the affected city and council and all required parties. So we've got a real procedural conundrum that's happened. I'm shocked that I'm hearing, we had a community meeting on this where I asked the question, was this approved or was it not? And the answer was no, we were going back and we're looking at an amendment to the future land use map. So I do this for a living and I'm not even sure what we're talking about at this point because it's very, very confusing. The petitioner, with all due respect to Mr. Northup, there's a 1-year stay on rezoning when you're newly annexed into a municipality unless you follow the requisite procedures, and that has not been done here. Now, I think what we're here to talk about, the amendment to the future land use map, is the first step in that. But this cannot, their rezoning application cannot be approved under Georgia law without the city and county blessing the amendment to this future land use map. And before any consideration of their rezoning application, that has to be done. I don't think it can be done concurrently. So I would respectfully submit that given we're still within their rezoning holding period, I don't believe that the procedural posture of this matter, to the extent they have submitted an application and then I guess resubmitted a new application with a new number, I don't think that's proper. I don't think that can be approved until the city and county has weighed in and blessed the amendment to this future land use map. And that's important because there's a reason why those two bodies have to bless it. And it's because the future land use map is important here. So until that time comes, I do not think that this matter can be before the MPC or the city or the county until we figure out whether or not the city and county is going to bless the proposed amendment to the future land use map.
One moment, that's the initial 3 minutes. Is anybody amongst that group willing to yield their time?
Yield. Chad Taylor.
1 second, let me make notation.
None there.
One moment.
Sorry.
I got 54 of these, so let me just jot your name and then I'll let me sort through.
Taylor's to Jed and Lil and Taylor.
1 minute. So, Taylor,
Yes, sir.
that's, you said Jed?
Yes, sir. Sorry about my outburst.
No worries. The other name was Jed. You said Jed and who?
Lilland or Lily H.
Lil Ann, okay.
Very neat handwriting.
All right. Ma'am? Elizabeth Chevis. Sir? Bud Sowers. Sir? Bland. Ma'am? Bland. Young lady behind her? Osborne. Now we come to this side of the room. Sir?
Whitfield, Henry, and Debbie.
Henry and Debbie Whitfield. Ma'am? Or?
Yes.
McDowell. Ma'am? Roberts. Okay. And that's all? Clark. And that's everybody that's wishing to yield their time, correct? Yeah. All right. So, in the spirit of transparency, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 people. So, with that, Ms. Hester, I will afford you another 15 minutes if needed.
I probably won't need that. I respect
Perfect.
everybody's time, and I realize it's 5:40.
I appreciate that.
Yes, sir. One more procedural note. I believe that the newest petition that has been submitted by the developer constitutes a new petition. I think that it requires another community meeting, if for no other reason, because nobody knows what the plan is here, and it's confusing. And in an abundance of honesty, there has been no transparency in what the plans for this property are. There's no concept plan that was submitted with this application, and while it might not be legally required, when you've got this many people who are here and affected by that, it would be nice to know what this is going to look like and what is proposed. And the last meeting, the developer was talking about container stacking with a 40-foot buffer. And just a minute ago, he said he doesn't even know what we're going to do with the property. So look, there's a reason why community meetings are required. People ask questions. So to the extent that, despite the significant procedural issue I just announced, we need a chance to know what is going in here. And you know, we did a development in Effingham County where we went to the people, there was a tremendous amount of concern, and we went to them with a concept plan and sat down and built in light pollution, noise pollution, buffers. I mean, you gotta have that when you've got this many people who've been living in this neighborhood for this long. So there's a chance that we could collaborate and talk, but that has to happen. And so I would respectfully request that commission determine whichever way you decide to go tonight would require another community meeting with plans that we can look at. I mean, we just need to know what the plan is out there, and what buffers are they willing to do. It might obviate the 80 people who are here if we can just have some transparency. I want to go back to the timing and the legal aspect of what specific to the amendment to the future land use map. There is the current comprehensive plan 2040 was adopted by MPC on June 29, 2021. It was adopted by the city on October 14, 2021, and by the county on October 22, 2001. It was strategically implemented to direct zoning decisions, and together with a character area map, it's intended to guide the character and direction of land use decisions, establishing a vision of how the county should be developed and the city should be developed responsibly over the next 20 years, and forecasting growth in the character of these areas. It is critical to note that this timeline. Over 1 year prior to the adoption of the comprehensive plan, the initial phase of Rockingham was approved. It was approved on May 28th of 2020. The annexation of the second phase of the development was completed by September 8th of 2021, just over a month prior to the comprehensive plan's adoption by the city and the county. At the time of the adoption of this comprehensive plan, this future land use map, it was very well known to the MPC, the city, and the county where Rockingham would be located and what it would be used for. Nonetheless, the future land use map purposely did not include the area that is the subject of this petition within the industrial light land use applicable to the Rockingham development. The developer made promises. It promised a buffer, and that still isn't in, and it is not appropriate to change a future land use map just because the developer hadn't installed the buffer it promised to install. To protect these 10 people who are here and telling us dirt, debris, noise, headaches, They're explaining exactly why there's a future land use map. They're explaining exactly why. That is Exhibit A to why the state requires, and Georgia law requires, a future land use map. It is to prevent the juxtaposition of those two things adjacent to each other. And what has now happened is we have these 10 owners who I frankly feel sorry for, but they weren't protected by the developer who made promises. And here we are affecting the other 500 residents around here. And there are 80-something people in these blue shirts who live, most of them live right here. And they're all going to be back here saying, you've extended the future land use map, here's the development, it's at my doorstep, and now I'm forced to sell, and when will it end? There's a reason why the state requires a future land use map, and it is the responsibility of the MPC and the city and the county to honor that and adhere to that. And I would respectfully request that that be done here, because we've got a big problem on our hands. If this just continues to push out, it's just never going to end. The staff did a wonderful job in their staff report, and in the sake of time and the interest of time, I'm not going to reiterate. I agree with most of what they said. They said nearby uses should be of similar and complementary scale and intensity, and it goes into suburban residential. By definition, they should be separated from other land uses, such as industrial land uses. And it goes into the CAM component and talks about future development should ensure public connectivity in the surrounding context. And the staff said it best in their report when they said, the requested rezoning and what's being requested here, the future land use map amendment and the rezoning application of the petitioner represents an encroachment of this incompatible land use into an overwhelmingly residential area. And also, as noted by staff, if this future land use map amendment and rezoning moves forward, it will change the character of Buckhalter Road and prompt further industrial encroachment. And that's what I'm saying. This is not going to end. The area is going to be overrun by warehouses and container stacking and buffers that were promised and haven't been put in yet to protect these people. I mean, this thing's not even developed yet. Make the buffers go in first to protect these owners, these poor people who are adjacent to this. Put the buffers in and protect these people. So if this does go forward, I respectfully request that there be serious conditions on how this property is developed, and there be serious considerations given to when the timing of mitigation factors have to go in. Otherwise, we've got a real problem on our hands. I'm going to stop talking and let you hear from the residents. There are other things in the comprehensive plan that are critical to this area. You will hear from Irene Hines and Joanne Myers. There's a 227-year-old Oakland Missionary Baptist Church, and predominantly African-American church located a half-mile down the road. There's serious history out here. My own client, Laura Mackey, you'll hear about the history of Redgate Farm and how important it is to protect it. It's not just a matter of these 10 owners. It's a matter of protecting the area and complying with the comp plan. It's there for a reason. Staff also, I commend staff on how incredibly they highlighted the rich agricultural, cultural, and residential history of this area. It's certainly worth reading. It's a great highlight of that. This likewise goes with the MPC's mission to promote development, but protect areas that need protecting. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anything here. And so with that, I would ask, we did submit a list of those citizens and residents of this area that I think will be really helpful to highlight why it's important to protect this area.
So I appreciate you speaking, and I appreciate everybody cooperating that yielded their time. I am going to have to truncate time because I honestly don't want to keep you here till 7 o'clock. I'm sure you don't want to be here until 7 o'clock, but at the rate that we're going, that's where we will end up. So if we can keep comments to a minute and a half, let's do that, please. Ms. Irene Hines. And please state your name for the record.
I'll try my best, sir. My name is Irene Hines. I am a lifelong resident of Buckhalter Road. My parents has a farm out there. My parents had a farm out there, family farm now. But I'm here to talk briefly about Oakland Missionary Baptist Church. Let me share a little history with you. Our church was organized in October 1796 on Buckhalter Road, where we are now, and that was called Oakland Plantation. Our church is 227 years old. We're the third oldest black church here in Savannah, Georgia, Chatham County, however would you like to say that. We have worship there normally on the fourth Sunday. That land was purchased by black slaves from a white minister. They purchased that land for $50 back in slavery time. And this was hard cash coming by during that time. They purchased the land by selling chickens and eggs to acquire that amount for $50. After acquiring the land, eventually they were able to, what we call the pastor, by the name of Reverend Cuffy Wisham, and they were able to build a little church there. And they lived there, they were there for a while. Reverend Cusham passed away. He wandered in the woods and his body was recovered, built, and buried in the church, on the church grounds. We don't know exactly where it is today. But nevertheless, the plantation slaves erected that building, and they served in that building until around the early 1800s.
There's about 20 seconds left.
Well, I don't think I can get through it in 20 seconds, and 5 of them are already gone. But nevertheless, there are a lot of things about our history. I would like for you to come out and visit us on the fourth Sunday. That's when we have worship. And please don't box us in. County Commission, we have history there, and we want to remain there. So my question to you, if you will allow me to ask this, in closing.
Let this be a closing.
Yes, sir. What positive aspects will these changes bring to our small community on Buckhalter Road, which will inevitably change our community forever? Thank you for thinking about it. We pray that God will help you to make the right decision. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Hines, for participating and cooperating with me. Ms. Myers.
Good evening. It's evening now.
Yes, it is.
Thank you for allowing us to speak. My name is Joanne Wilson Myers, and I'm a resident of Buckhalter Road. Buckhalter Road is my heartstring. For one, I was born in 1952. My father was born in 1914. My grandparents and great-grandparents were born in the 1800s. Do the math, over 100 years. My siblings and I have played with other children that have lived on Buckhalter Road for 100 years or more, and we had a good time. We didn't have any conflicts. We were a family. We were a village. My grandfather and his sons farmed the land, and it was good, and we ate well. Believe me, we ate well. We look out for one another. We help one another. That's what I'm going to say. We help one another then, and we do it now. Don't box us in. We are proud people. Our history is long-standing in our homes and community. Progress is good, but not heavy trucks, not bright lights.
About 30 seconds.
30 seconds?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Take a drive down Buckhalter Road and see how beautiful it is. See what time has done. It has left us beautiful, beautiful, and we want it to stay that way. Don't erase our heritage. Don't make us statistic on a spreadsheet. Don't box us in. My last question is, Why box us in? As a developer, would you live on Buckhalter Road with your family, with trucks, cranes, boxes of whatever?
And that's
Would you
your time.
live on Buckhalter Road?
That's your time, Ms. Myers.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, I got a question, ma'am. How far do you live from this
I was
project?
about to ask that, yeah.
I'd
How
like
far
to
do I
know,
live?
where do you live in the distance of this project?
I live maybe less than half a mile from the railroad track.
In relation to the parcel
In
of
relation
property.
to the railroad track, when you cross the railroad track,
Yeah, I know where you are.
that's where the developers are.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're quite welcome. You all have a good day.
Thank you. I'm not sure right now. I'm not sure. Robbie, I'm not sure of the last name. Letters are kind of running together. Is there someone by the first name of Robbie?
Mr. Thornton is not here tonight.
Okay, thank you. So what is really going to end up happening and really burn your opportunities to speak is if we start submitting names with people that's not here. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That will not be, frankly, tolerated. It will eventually yield in the full forfeiture of whoever's left, because at that rate, I don't know who to trust in regards to
Mr.
who's
Chairman.
actually present or.
Mr. Chairman, that
Yeah.
was not their fault. They submitted those names
Okay.
yesterday in the email, and then came to me to let me know who I was here, so that did not get pulled. So that's on me.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, sir.
because
Mr. Chairman,
that was-
That one
the
list
good
is-
news, there's not 80 people in blue shirts, it's 45.
Right.
So that cuts the time down.
All right. So disregard what I was saying, but please, but I want this process to be fair across the board. So I don't want anybody to try to pull one on us and start trying to increase numbers. Okay, I don't want to prolong. Karen Bramhall. Minute and a half, ma'am.
Good evening, members of the MPC. I'm Karen Bramhall. I live at 231 Buckhalter. I moved to Buckhalter from out of state about 3 years ago to join my children who deeply are a part of the Savannah-Chatham County community, one being a firefighter and one being a kindergarten teacher. When I decided to move, I knew I wanted a place that was peaceful, beautiful, ideal for my children, grandchildren, residential agriculture, suitable for animals, especially horses, which are my passion. In the past 2 years, I spent my entire profit from my previous home to make improvements to my new home on Buckhalter. Some of the improvements are fencing, riding arenas, horse corrals, Airbnb. Part of the uniqueness of Savannah thrives in this small rural community that offers a taste of the rural South. I offer a special opportunity for travelers to experience this lifestyle which is foreign to many. My small Airbnb cottage has become part of my lifestyle. Having light industrial next door would certainly interfere with that. I've fallen in love with my home, my community, and these amazing, amazing people. My children and I find it impossible to believe that you would change the master plan from residential agricultural to light industrial, which would undoubtedly destroy and devastate this unique area. My question to you is, would the despoiling of this historic heritage family, this couldn't possibly what you intended for this area. Please do not change the master plan.
Thank you. That was
Thank you.
beautiful timing.
I appreciate it.
400 yards from the property.
Sir,
Sorry,
that's the last one.
okay,
If we get another one, sir, I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
I'll go.
Thank you. Selena Osborne. You didn't yield your time to me, did you?
I did.
Thank you for being honest. No. I appreciate it. I want to keep y'all honest just like y'all trying to keep us honest. Laura Mackey. So you're yielding your time to somebody that yielded their time. How does that work? No, I'm not saying, it sounded like did you not just say she can have your time? You're Laura Mackey? She's Laura, ma'am, I vividly recall you raising your hand to yield your time.
No,
I didn't get it, you didn't give your name. Wait a minute. I went by hands initially. I don't have her name, but I do remember the hand waves. I'll allow for the minute and a half. I don't need or desire the pushback. I'm trying to be as fair as I possibly can. The public comment has already consumed a good chunk of time. If we want to keep down the path to allow for you all to continue to participate, let this be a respectful exchange, or I'll cut it off now. Does that work? Thank you. Ms. Mackey.
My name is Laura Mackey. I am the granddaughter of Ed and Mamie Martin. My grandparents bought 440 acres of beautiful farmland in 1931 and lovingly named it Redgate Farms in memory of Cyrus Steadwell. Cyrus was Mama Mamie's first cousin who was killed in World War I. Cyrus always said that when he got returned from the war, he would buy a farm and name it Redgate. So thus began the 93-year-old history of Redgate Farms that their grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and great-great-grandchildren enjoy today. Our family has been blessed to still own, live, and operate our businesses from the farm. The first business that was established at Redgate Farms was the Jersey Cattle Farm, and since then we have had numerous businesses which I will not elaborate on at this time. Presently, Redgate Farms operates 3 event venues, an RV park, and a horseback trail ride, summer day camp for children. Presently, the Mackey House and event venue at Redgate Farms, and we have 3 others at the farm. So my question to you is, what is different from the past and present businesses on Redgate and the Mackey House is that all these businesses have been conducive to the landscape of the properties and to our neighbors. All that we have done and presently do is keeping with the comprehensive plan 2040 that is presently in place. My question to the MPC is, what has changed in the past 2 years that would make the city and county feel that allowing an industrial light rezoning enter into the comprehensive plan 2040, which was developed to be a 40-year plan? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mackey. J.D. Smith.
I would yield my time to the next speaker, please.
Noted. Dory Clark.
No, that's not J.D. I'm J.D. I'm J.W. I'm sorry.
You're J.W. Smith. Gotcha. All right.
I was going to ask if I could claim a minute and a half of Ms. Hester's time that she left. I have just 3 minutes worth of words.
I'm going to give you the 3 minutes because I'll let you have this minute and a half.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
And you're J.D.
Yes, sir.
And he's J.W.
I don't know. Oh, yeah, that's JW, yeah.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead. Please state your name for the record.
All right. So my name is J.D. Smith. I live at Redgate Farms. And just going through this whole process with everybody, it's kind of made me realize Buckhalter Road, has not just been a neighborhood for people for a couple of years, it's been people's home for a couple of 100 years. To have a recent development come in and not properly protect the existing neighborhood and people who live there to the point that they feel forced out and feel they have no other options, that's the type of thing that the comprehensive plan and the development standards are supposed to protect against. Different land uses should be able to coexist and operate without affecting one another. It's clear in this situation that's not the case. The property owners currently petitioning to rezone their properties participated in this very process once before. They spoke to the MPC staff and voting board. They stressed their concerns. They begged for buffers and protections. To date, 3 years later, there are no buffers. There are no protections. So now the very neighbors who were trying to ensure they were protected feel like they have no other option than to move from their home. A lot of time and effort has been put into the Plan 2040 and its future land use map. It wasn't created on a whim. It's supposed to guide the development of this area for 20 years. To have a request to change every time there's a one-off scenario with no material change to the area that wasn't in place at the time of when the plan was adopted doesn't follow the spirit of the plan. The city has a requirement for any development to match the comp plan, and for good reason. It's to protect against this very situation. It's supposed to protect the character of neighborhoods and the people who live in them. It's supposed to make sure people don't feel forced out of their homes. I just want to make sure the neighbors here today and the neighbors of any development are sufficiently protected. I want to make sure the same scenario happening now doesn't happen again in a short while. If this change takes place and the development takes place where they're again not properly protecting the existing neighbors with proportional and timely barriers, and we are all here next trying to escape some nightmare situation where we have massive structures taking over the landscape with unmitigated noise and lights operating 24 hours right in our backyard. There are better places for industry than someone's backyard. So I have two questions. What is going to prevent the next group of neighbors from feeling forced out and all of this happening again? And does adopting this change encourage industrial development in the areas already designated for such use in the future land use map? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question, please.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Smith, are you part owner of Redgate?
Yes, sir, I am.
Is that the same feeling as of all the members, the Smith family of Redgate? You represent all of
It's the
them?
feeling from the majority of the owners, yes, sir.
Okay.
Out of the, I think it's, what is that, 1, 2, 6. Out of the 6 owners, 5 of them are opposed to it.
Are you part of the Mackey House?
No, sir, I'm not. My last
Okay.
name's Smith.
understand.
Ricky, who was on that map earlier, and my dad were brothers. Laura was their sister.
Okay.
And I also noticed on the map that was up earlier that it said Richard C. Smith was in favor of it, and where his name was misled the group on that map Mr. Northrop put up. Anyway, there's other owners than just that one, so yeah.
You are aware there's an apartment complex, right, going across from the Mackey House?
A residential apartment complex? Yes, sir. I'm very well
And
aware
how
of it.
many units?
I'm not sure.
I'm sorry? Anyhow, are they putting a buffer there to block that from the Mackey House?
I hope so. I mean, I hope any development puts buffers in place that
Has that land
sufficiently
already been
protect the
sold? Has
existing neighbors.
Has that land already been sold?
That land was sold back in 2007 by people who
I
don't
just wondered
own
if
any
they
part of
put, I
Redgate
just
Farms.
wondered if they put a buffer there yet,
I'm not sure where that is in the process.
because I didn't see one there, but thank you.
All right. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Dory Clark, minute and a half. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Dory Clark. I'm a business owner and resident of Redgate Farms. So you've heard many reasons today why the comprehensive plan should not be changed to allow the light industrial use in the boat halter vicinity. These reasons clearly demonstrate why that zoning is inherently incompatible with the current residential zoning. I support the reasons, but won't go into restating them in the interest of time. However, I do want to add one piece of information from a scientific perspective why those two zonings are in fact inherently incompatible, and that is due to noise and its adverse impact on health. As I mentioned in the next couple of points, please keep in mind that industrial zoning are permitted to reach 75 decibels at all times. According to the CDC, continual exposure to noise can cause stress, anxiety, depression, high blood pressure, heart disease, and many other health problems. WHO, the World Health Organization, recommends that less than 40 decibels as an annual average of nighttime noise outside bedrooms to prevent negative health effects, and less than 30 decibels for high-quality sleep, which is not likely to occur with industrial zoning out your back door. Just last month, on June the 9th, the New York Times released an article titled, "Noise Could Take Years Off Your Life, and Here's How." This article shared a study regarding the negative impacts of noise on human health. It's a great article with a lot of good information that I'd recommend that you read, but I'll just give you one key takeaway.
Got about 30
It
seconds.
stated that starting just at 35 decibels, the risk of dying from a heart attack increased by 4.3%. And for every 10 decibel increase in traffic noise, or 10 decibel increase in traffic noise after that. So at 75 decibels, which is the allowed sound levels for industrial, the increase of dying of a heart attack should increase to almost 20%. Increasing this community's chance of premature death is unnecessary and reckless. Would you want your chance of dying prematurely increased by 20% just by staying in your homes?
That's your time.
Done.
Thank you. Amanda Wilson. Your name? Gotcha. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amanda Wilson. Thank you for letting me speak before you. This problem that we're seeing about industry abutting residential keeps happening over and over again. I've been in front of you before. I feel for these people because I am in the same boat that they are in. Y'all should have a packet that staff presented to you. Does everybody have this?
Yes.
Okay. So if you look at the package, you're going to see that the proposed 800 feet, and you're going to see an aerial of what this area looks like. It's all farmland and fields. There are no natural buffers. The next picture, if you flip over, you're going to see the warehouse that CETA put right in the back of Mr. Howard's yard. I mean, it is right there. And you can also see that this is farmland. I'm going to go really fast because I know time is important. Okay, the next thing we've been talking about is buffers over and over again. Okay, well, we can just build a buffer. We can just build a buffer. Turn the next page. This is the 100-foot buffer that CETA put to buffer my house and my neighbor's house from their 2.4 million square foot industrial park. This is a 100-foot buffer. As you can see, the trees are dead, and this is going to do little to nothing to protect us from particulate matter, noise, light, visual blight, and it's already occurring, and there isn't even a warehouse built there yet. Once the warehouse is built, it's going to go over those dead trees. Next thing you're going to see is a picture of the property before that berm was built. Turn the next page. This is the picture after the berm was built and the flooding that those berms have caused. Oh, wait, those pictures get worse. Okay, look at the next picture. That's our road when the site was cleared, when the trees were taken out. Look at the next picture as it continues. This is a road, not a river. This is our road. The next picture, it looks like a river. And if you can see, we measured, we were under a foot of water for over a year, and it is still not being corrected because of these berms, because of these buffers, because of this incompatible zoning.
Got about 20 seconds.
Okay. Another problem that this proposal that we're looking at has to do with is people buying people out. I want to be bought out. I want CETA to buy me out. They've ruined our life, just like they've ruined their lives. So this sprawl is going to continue going on and continuing spreading. We've got to draw the line somewhere.
That's your time, ma'am.
Someone has donated,
Yep,
okay?
you've already used it.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Do you live in Savannah?
No, I live in Bloomingdale, but my experience, this is the same scenario.
That's all I need to know. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. It's getting a little loud. We can reel it back in. Ms. Lanier, Connie Lanier.
I yield my time.
Okay.
Johnson.
All right. I am trying to, is this a Laverne Rogers? Wait a minute. Yeah, please wait until you called up.
You did.
What was your name?
Lanier.
Who was this yelling the time?
I'm Johnson.
So please do me a favor. Don't speak out until you're addressed, because I'm trying to keep the confusion down.
Anybody in trouble? Thank you so much.
No problem. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Ms. Lanier, sorry about that.
That's all right. Okay, I'm gonna make this short and sweet.
Minute and a half.
Okay.
Name for the record.
I've been in the church.
State your name for the record, please.
Oh, my name is Connie Lanier. I
Thank
live
you.
at 5505 Girard Avenue. I've been living there since 1974, when my family bought the property in 1971. I have 44 years in the transportation business. I've been dispatching, I've run trucks, I've owned trucks. I know what happens on these yards. My biggest fear for the properties now
is all of the oil, the grease, the diesel, hydraulic fluid, all of that going onto the ground. When it rains, it goes into our ditches. Then it goes to the canal. Then it goes to the marshes. We've got to find out what we can do to stop this. There's tire carcasses, there's broke down trucks. If you go down Telfair Road, you'll be shocked. There's some of the holes in that road out there that you can drop a Volkswagen in. I mean, it's just awful because they're beating the roads up.
I understand you're making a point, but if we could keep it to the subject at hand, that would be greatly appreciated.
I just wanted you to know that this is a very dirty situation as far as everything that's dropping on the grounds and stuff. And I'm worried about our aquifer. I'm worried about, my neighbor's water because we don't have city water. So we're dependent on the aquifer. And if it gets tainted, then we have no water.
You got about 10 seconds.
Okay. Just a quick story. We had a neighbor.
If you can do it in 10, no problem.
This is how we do. We had a neighbor, her husband passed away with cancer. 2 days after his funeral, her lawnmower got stolen. So myself and 2 more neighbors got together and we started cutting her grass.
That's your time. That's your time.
But she...
Well, one moment. Who are the 2?
Sheila Michael, I give my time to her.
Yeah, Sheila Michael. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to finish this.
Okay.
She buried her husband, and a couple of days later, her lawnmower was stolen, her big X-mark lawnmower, and that's what it takes to cut 11 acres. So I went to my neighbors and I said, hey, can you guys kind of help me out? I'll bring my mower, Jose can bring his, and another neighbor will bring his. That's exactly what we did. And so one day she was saying, you don't need to cut my grass anymore. And she appreciated it and tried to buy her gas, but somebody brought her a brand new lawnmower. We don't know where it came from, we don't know who bought it, but that's how we take care of our neighborhood and our community.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask Ms. Lanier? Ms. Lanier?
Yes.
I know where Garrard Avenue is. How far do you live from this site?
Probably a mile,
Okay.
maybe a mile and a half. But, like I said, I'm worried about
And I
what's going on
respect
the
your
ground.
position on trucking. It just,
Yes, sir.
as we've already said, there won't be any trucks exiting onto Buckwater.
There'll be
Hey,
oil. These trucks are dirty.
I understand,
All
man.
that's going into the ditches, so
Thank you.
I've been there, done that. I've owned them.
Thank you. Ms. Laverne Rogers. Okay, we'll move on. Joanne Myers. Okay, there we go. Thank you. I think I had your name twice, so that's what ended up happening. Tim Brady.
I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Smith. Thank you. Betty Brown. Okay, thank you. That was Johnson. She left. Ernest Fred Mackey.
I give my time.
Thank you. Richard Smith. What's that now? Your name?
I'm
Ava Packard. Ms. Packard, you can come on up then.
I will also give my time, sir.
Your name?
Jared Packard.
Jared Packard. Pappert. Well, come to the microphone and repeat that for me so I'm clear on what you just said.
Hello, my name is Ava Pappert. For our group that was pro the amendment, though not quite as it is, we have 2 speakers for our whole group. So our group came and signed up, and we're splitting it between 2 people.
And all of those names are, I I need to know.
Jared Papper.
So I got, well, hold on, I got the
Sorry.
Papert. And your name? Richard Smith, I got you.
And I know Chet Howard wants to talk as well. I think that'll probably be enough for me. Beth Brock?
So the two last names that are Brock, Beth Brock, Zane Brock, we're yielding our time to Ava and Chad,
Okay,
two speakers.
so,
So that's Beth Brock and Zane Brock.
let me make sure there's a speaker card in here for you. Because that's, all right, I have them, Beth and Zane. I got you, Mr. Howard. Next to you is,
Carol Howard, I yield my time to Chad Howard.
okay. So somebody else raised a hand.
Well, it's Wayne Wells and Chet Howard.
Say Wayne Wells,
Go ahead.
Judy Helton, and Chat Howard.
Yeah.
I mean,
All these
we'll
together.
divvy it.
Yeah,
We'll divvy it.
yeah.
Jeannie Sapp,
was here, but he had to leave to go to work,
okay,
and we're yielding both our time to Ava.
okay. So that is essentially going to wrap up all of the speakers. We did it. So what I'll do, that was a fair chunk of time. I did not take account that time, so
I'll be quick. I'm a
would
fast
seven,
talker.
would 7 minutes work?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Howard,
I think he needed like 8 minutes.
would 7 minutes work?
8, please.
I'll give you an 8. I'll give you 8. I didn't forget about them. They're going to yield the time to them as well. So I'll add a minute to yours. I'll add a minute to yours. Somebody online yielded their time to you, and that is going to absolutely wrap public comment. No questions asked. When Mr. Howard sits down, we're done.
Do I get time to that?
You do, yeah. I mean, naturally, that's the process, but.
I'm the bar next door.
All right. Please state your name for the record and go ahead and submit your comment.
Hello, my name is Ava Papert. I'm one of the residents of the properties that are trying to be rezoned. If I had to give a little sob story, I'm a nurse that moved here in 2019. I worked all the way through 2020 and all the good times. I bought that property thinking it'd be a nice, peaceful place to live. I met some wonderful neighbors in the process. So anyways, I'm here in support of changing the future land use map, though not quite in the manner that the MPC staff recommends. I've spent months working on what I want to say here today and years waiting for this conclusion. The main point I'd like to bring up is that we're talking about the future of this area, not the past. The future is what brought us, the property owners, to this point. There's been a lot of change, and there will continue to be, and we don't want to be here for it anymore. We approached capital development about buying us out, and they're not the ones forcing us out. I will say that Mr. Melder over here and Mr. Welch have already said a lot of what I want to say, so I'm going to cut off some of that. I would like to ask the staff, why are we the buffer? If we need a buffer between industrial and residential, then why are we the buffer? Like, why does half of our property have to be the buffer? Why can't it be a road? The road would be much more appropriate, and then the railroad and Veterans Parkway would make a nice little segment. And why does it have to be us? Everybody is saying, I don't want this here, this can't be here, like we can't live next to this. Why does it have to be our property? So why does it have to be split in half, and why can't it go all the way forward to the road? So why are we protecting a road? When you drive down this road, the largest warehouse in Savannah is going up behind our houses. When you are driving down the road and you look, you're going to see the warehouse. So whether or not our tiny 5% of this huge industrial park, our tiny little land, is turned into industrial, or we rezone or change the flum, however we want to say this, it'll still be there. That's not going away. None of their concerns are going away. It's there. Also, a lot of people here don't really even have to kind of drive by our property. If you look at Buckhalter, it makes like a U with Girard. And we are at the back corner of this U. So everybody trying to drive down from 17 to go to the church, they can just go straight there. They don't have to come by us. Everybody trying to go to their house in Girard does not have to go by us. And then a lot of the, Ms. Vicky Hart owns a lot of the land across from us, and she's not here protesting this. So again, we are the back of the U, the back of this thing. We're not having, this tiny amount is not having a massive impact on everybody else. I know we're talking about changing the FLUM, but it also sounds like we're talking about rezoning at the same time, because if we don't change this map, then we can't change the zoning. So please, I'm asking that this map represent the whole area, not just half the area, in alignment with that. The private development that was built across the street, was that one annexed? Was that one given a whole year in the change of use between being annexed into the city, turned into a private development? Like, this isn't the first time something like this has happened, if that's the case. I still don't see how everyone is affected so much. The church will still be there. It'll still border a farm on one side. There's still acres of trees between it and the railroad. So we're not asking them to move. We're not asking them to stop having their services. They can still have everything that they have right now. The Redgate Farms is not being affected. It's not in line of sight. You don't even have access well, there is one little back road, but the public accesses it off of Chatham Parkway. So again, we're not going into their properties. So, and everybody on Girard, again, like when we're talking about changing the future land use map and who is affected, it's those of us living right there in that spot that's affected, not people that don't even border. Most of the people here protesting don't even border the land that they're worried about. And again, the nature of our road has already changed. With the private development going up, this is not going to be an agricultural land anymore. It is already not safe for me to walk my dog down the street and go for a stroll, go for a jog, because I have traffic of people trying to reroute from Chatham to 17, trying to deal with those traffic lights, constantly coming down up and down my road. And then you're going to put a private development there that's going to outnumber the number of residents that already live there. So now, where am I going to walk? The road's not going to be any more safer, and it's not going to be any more agriculture. So a lot of the staff report was talking about people who used to ride their horses down the road or cows crossing the road. That's not there now. It hasn't been there for a long time, and it won't be in the future. So we are talking about the future, and the future is this area is changing. There's already going to be warehouses. There's going to be massive private development. It's not the same place it was. It is already changing. So, in addition, Redgate itself has sold properties for development. It has not remained intact this whole time. So, if they've sold for development, it's not any different. So, I really appreciate your time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Mr. Howard, you had something, Mr. Welch? Okay. Mr. Howard, your turn.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Chat Howard. My parents own 343 Buckhalter Road. We moved out there in 1984. My parents are still out there now. When you look around this room, the numbers look pretty lopsided. You've got 40 people in blue shirts. You've only got 12 of us. But just remember, getting numbers does not necessarily mean that you're right. Whether it's blue shirts or red hats, if you're running a little campaign with some misinformation, you can get people riled up about it. And this is a very well-funded, well-organized, well-coordinated attack on the rights of these property owners to sell their land. They want to sell their property. They want to move on with their lives. And all this stuff that you see is not little colored blobs. It's people. It's their lives. We keep hearing about the history of Beverly Farms and Redgate, and all of that is fantastic. It's amazing. But you keep stopping 40 years too short. The recent history matters. Recent history will tell you that, yes, and I saw people shaking their heads when she said that Redgate sold property. They have sold 300 acres to developers. The Seed Church, both sides of Veterans Parkway, the entire north side of Buckhalter Road is in the hands of developers. The only thing that Redgate has left on an entrance is a 40-foot red fence that is locked. That is their interest on Buckhalter Road. They've done a great job throwing absolutely everything they can at this. They teamed up with the professional organized protesters out of Brunswick, the 100 Mile organization.
Oh, wait, no,
environmental.
please,
I apologize.
Mr. Howard, just continue to direct your comment
Thank
towards
you.
us.
And listen,
Mr.
they
Howard,
do a
Mr. Howard,
great
Mr.
job.
Howard, Mr. Howard,
They have the
Mr. Howard.
Yes?
Please stay in the microphone as well. You're projecting, so I'm pretty sure we're recording you, but I want to make sure that
Yes, sir.
we
Sorry.
don't create a contentious environment. Don't
No,
direct your
and
comments
I'm
towards
not
them.
trying to.
And
And
let's
actually,
just
it's
stay
a
at the
compliment.
microphone.
I apologize.
Thank you.
They're very organized. They're very good at what they do. They had the cool logo. They had the catchy slogan. They're coming off of a lot of momentum with their successful opposition to the Bush Road property. And honestly, I agreed with that opposition to the Bush Road property. I'll tell you in a minute why. We knew this was going to be an uphill battle. It's not like these 10 families are going to call all their friends and family and relatives and say, hey, hop on the Progress Party bus and ride to the MPC meeting with us and yield all your time. They've done a great job of organizing. They've had their groups to get together on Thursday nights, and honestly, if I wasn't on this side, man, that would have got me. I'd have been there just for the social aspect of it. But a lot of people that are in this room are not affected the way that these 10 families are. You know, recent history really matters. Recent history would tell you that there's a master plan across the street with multifamily, duplexes, townhouses. People are in here saying that this is going to change the neighborhood. This is going to change the neighborhood. No, the neighborhood has changed. Staff even said there's no value to the single-family residential stuck between the giant warehouse, the railroad tracks, and the apartments. That's why we want to sell. So I want the residents to realize that this is the project that gives you what you want. This gentleman that waved a sign in my mom's face earlier, he said he doesn't want more traffic. This is the project that doesn't give you more traffic.
It does.
Sir, inappropriate. Inappropriate. Please stay directly here. No response. Let's keep it there. Just stay here.
Go to Chatham Parkway side.
Sir, that's enough. Thank you.
The Buckhalter Road neighborhood, this project needs to move forward. This is the project that will affect it the least. The staff recommendation,
Mr. Howard, stay this way, please. Stay this way. Stay this way.
the staff recommendation is going to add multifamily residential on the front of this property. It will add hundreds of cars to Buckhalter Road. Most of the people that are in this room are here because of the what-ifs. Staff's recommendation laid it out. They're worried about pushing it to Buckhalter Road because of the what-ifs. What if it crosses to the north side of Buckhalter Road? What if it crosses to the other side of the railroad tracks and the Oakland property all of a sudden behind the church gets developed as well? What if, what if, what if? That's not what is in the proposal. What is in the proposal is phase one of the old Ron's Dairy cow pasture. There's nothing historic about it. And I mentioned that I supported the Bush Road opposition. I did because it had the big three. It had problems with wildlife, it had problems with wetlands, and it had problems with traffic. This has none of those. Not one of the three. So we're hearing a lot of words, but we have not heard a reason that this project should not move forward. My dad is at home and he's ill. We need to get him into a house that doesn't have steps. And I certainly shouldn't be here right now going over something that we've already been going over and going over and going over, and then going home and telling my dad that his life is on hold because of some blue dots and people who are worried about traffic that's not going to be going down Buckhalter Road. If this becomes multifamily residential, it will affect traffic. Everyone on Girard is going to have to move their mailboxes back to widen that road. Please adjust the recommendation to match the zoning that you guys proposed with the 200-foot buffers to protect all the neighbors. And let's move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. That is absolutely the end of public comment. Mr. Northrop, you have the opportunity to rebut public comment. Not sure where you will begin.
There's not much, and there's been a lot of public comment, and I know that everybody is ready to move on. So I just had just a couple summation remarks. The first is, you know, I heard a lot about different commenters, and I think that it's been already very plain that a lot of the objectors don't live in this immediate area. They're just not going to be as affected by this as these people are who want to sell their properties. The sentiment that I hear, and I heard it in several of the objectors, I even heard it in Ms. Hester's comments, is there's a big fear of encroachment, of a slippery slope. There's a fear of the unknown. As Mr. Howard put it very well, there's a lot of what ifs. What if this development continues? What if it continues to encroach? And I can say with certainty, I mean, I think Mr. Melder hit it on the head. He said, I'm not saying that there are no problems here. I'm not saying we should just stick our heads in the sand and say that we don't need to balance industrial growth with residential areas. But there's a lot of the sources of the objections that I heard this evening were, well, it's going to come for us next. Well, that's not what we're proposing. And we capital development partners can't help that. We are trying to move forward with the properties that we agreed to buy. We are trying to incorporate them into the development with all traffic going south, nothing going on Buckhalter. And so we can't be held responsible for the fears of other people that are situated farther away than these people are. The fact is, the overriding sentiment that I have heard from objectors is that they would like these properties to serve as their buffer. They want these properties to be the ones, they want them to bear the brunt of being next to this industrial development. And if that is what happens, that would be at their expense. And that's not fair. These people have chosen to sell their properties, and they are the ones that are affected. And so I would respectfully ask, I'll echo Mr. Howard's comment, that what we would respectfully ask this commission to do is to approve the future land use map amendment, but so that it extends all the way to Buckhalter. We don't mind if the same conditions are applied. We don't mind if there's a 200-foot buffer along Buckhalter. We've got a sound agreement with the city so that we're going to, if these things don't go through, we've got to build a sound wall. So we're taking this seriously, but we would respectfully ask that it go all the way to Buckhalter on the same conditions that the rezoning was already passed on, because that makes the most sense and it's the most fair to these people who want to sell their property and move on with their lives. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Northup, I appreciate that. We'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
motion for reconsideration of our previous vote, and I will tell you why. My reasons are as follows. I agree with Mr. Howard, and I agree with the lady on the front row that spoke very eloquently, and I agree that land homeowners should be able to use their property and sell it as they deem fit. However, I am the only member of the State Bar of Georgia that sits on this board. And a fellow member of the bar raised a very important issue. It is the rule of law. We assume that when matters come before us as a board, that it has already been pre-vetted by the city and or the county. Therefore, we assume when we vote that something has been handled the way in which the rule of law says it should handle. Under 36-117, this board has no other choice but to reconsider its vote and to ask for a legal opinion coming from the city as to whether or not the requirements were followed to the letter of the law, whether or not 1 year had passed prior to it coming before us. In the absence of that, we're not following the rule of law, but rather we will be following something that I refer to as the rule of raw power. And we as a board cannot exercise our duties by fiat. We must follow the law. That, Mr. Chairman, is my motion for reconsideration.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin.
Could I have a question on that motion?
Yes, sir.
Mr., could you read that statute that you quoted?
I have to pull it up. I believe it says words to the effect of you have to wait 1 year. It says likewise, the county is prohibited, the city and county is prohibited from changing the zoning, land use, or density of the property proposed for annexation for 1 year if the proposed annexation is abandoned, but that is the county. But I think the city is under a different obligation, if I'm not mistaken.
And that's exactly
If you
the...
will, please read that. I just wanted the code section.
But Mr. Irving, and that's the section that I read too. The issue there, though, is that that's referring to a contested annexation, where the county contests an annexation. There's a procedure by which a county can contest an annexation from a municipality. If it's contested, And then there are some stipulations that would disallow the rezoning of that property for a year. The state law also requires that at the time of annexation, a municipality adopt a zoning code for that property. It's not required to be the same zoning code as is required. So I think that we do need to make sure that the process and procedure is correct, though on this reading, this is regarding contested annexations. The other point that I would make, and not being a member of the bar or a lawyer, is that according to those ordinances too, those are in reference to county commission and city council actions, not the actions of a planning commission. And as I think as Ms. Hester also noted, is that the rezoning can't be adopted unless a comprehensive plan amendment, which is a future land use map amendment, which we're voting on now, is adopted by those entities as well. So I completely agree that the process on this petition has gotten backwards, but I don't agree that we are outside of the state code. This body isn't city council, this body isn't the county commission, and this isn't changing the zone. So whether or not the clock has to strike a year or those requirements are met by the city or county, that's all. That will absolutely be meted out by, Ms. Hester as her representative, by Mr. Northup as their representative, by the city attorney and the county attorney. I don't disagree with you there, but from my reading of the code there, I don't think that the action of the MPC Commission, whether or not we're going to vote to agree with staff's recommendation on the future land use map, which is completely within our ability to do, because this is an annexation, this is not a rezoning, whether it's to do that or to support the petition's request, I believe we're well within our ability to do so.
I respectfully amend my motion to read from the code section. I misquoted the code section. If no objection is received as provided in code section 3636-113, the annexation may proceed as otherwise provided by law. Provided, however, that as a condition of the annexation, the municipal corporation shall not change the zoning or land use plan relating to the annexed property to a more intense density than that stated in the notice provided for in code section 3636-111 for 1 year after the effective date of the annexation, unless such change is made in the service delivery agreement or comprehensive plan as is adopted by the affected city and county and all required parties. That is the exact code section.
Yes, sir, and I think so that points out two avenues in which the annexation could change per your recital of it is one in a comprehensive plan amendment, which is a future land use map amendment, or the service level, the service which is amended several times, is about to be amended again soon, which dictates how services are provided. So I do think that if there are, I certainly agree if there are procedural issues, I think that the city attorney, the county attorney, the attorneys representing the petitioner, the attorneys representing the neighbors in opposition, can completely, get together and figure those issues out. But I, based on your reading, I'm not sure that it precludes the commission from moving forward on this.
But we would have to first amend the comprehensive plan, and what we did by my motion, my ill-stated motion the first time we were here, I agreed to the zoning change, whereas we should have amended the comp plan first, then go back and do that. And therefore, my motion for reconsideration would be restated to state we need to go back procedurally and amend the comp plan per the code section and then come back.
Doesn't that occur with the...
Mr. Northrop.
Sorry.
I'm just reading from the code section because I went to 117, it's actually there. So in essence, my motion for reconsideration, once again amended, would be for us to amend the comp plan first and then proceed, because we amended the zoning plan. We did the zoning first. We put the zoning ahead of the comp plan. And according to the code section, the comp plan comes first, then the zoning.
So,
So,
actually, so from what,
that's what I want to do now.
considering all things, hang on. So considering what you just stated, all that's said, and what we had before us, what we're actually here to take action on today, if we reconsider your zoning, I mean, the zoning change that was in the previous meeting, and took action on this future land use plan, will we not be remedying?
No, you would
that
either have to
previous-
rescind the original vote or reconsider the original vote.
Okay.
Because it has to be rescinded in order for us to go forward. Because as we sit now, we have a zoning that is past this board, that if I'm not mistaken, we need to have undo that particular vote, rescind the vote, or reconsider the vote. If we reconsider, we can then rescind it and move forward with what we want to do today. Am I making you follow?
I'm tracking.
You follow me procedurally?
I'm tracking.
We have to then rescind and then vote forward. And I got to look at my Robert rules to determine if we can do both at the same sitting.
This isn't city council. Here. It's a recommendation.
Can I say something? I'm a member of the bar, too.
1 minute. I'll allow it.
Well, I agree, I understand, I'm following your reasoning, Mr. Irvin, but the only thing I would disagree on is that I think that if you're looking at the trigger, the trigger point in that statute, it talks about the municipality, and this is not the municipality, right? So if you're worried about the municipality changing the comp plan, the future land use map, before it changes the rezoning, that can occur because that does not happen until city council takes action. It doesn't have anything to do with the MPC taking action.
But it does say all comprehensive plan and is adopted. So we would have to change the comp plan and then it's adopted by the city or county. If I'm reading this statute
That's what the
correctly.
future land use map, I think, is an amendment to the comp plan. The future land use map is part of the comp plan. So that's
They're
what
two
we're doing.
different ones, but I'm tracking what you're saying.
Yeah.
But we have a vote that took place previously that discussed the zoning issue of it. And in order to do it properly, that zoning matter has to be rescinded in order to do this, then go forward.
See, I would disagree because it doesn't until it gets enacted by the city council. If the city council had enacted the zoning, then I would agree with your point. But it hasn't. So the city council can take this concurrently with the other one, pass the flume, pass the rezoning, and you'd still be in line with the statute.
So don't follow process to follow process.
I mean, and ultimately, to your point, ultimately, at some point, it's got to get corrected. So we went awry, and we have the opportunity to bring it back in alignment with what it should be. That's ultimately all it boils down to, in my personal opinion. We take the necessary action to rectify missteps. And going forward, we stay along the path.
Or city council can take it up.
I mean,
that's
yeah.
kind of.
I mean, I don't disagree. I don't disagree, but considering the language that both Mr. Irvin and you all presented, I don't disagree. Even still, unless Mr. Irvin withdraws his motion, there's currently still a motion on the floor for reconsideration. No, that's what I'm getting at.
What are our rules around reconsideration? Does it have to, like, for instance, at the city council, the rules are that only a member in the affirmative party can reconsider.
And that is correct. And I wasn't the affirmative party.
Okay.
I was the one that made the
I
motion.
just want to know that.
He made the motion.
Okay. I'm just, if we're going to get in alignment, let's get in alignment.
I mean, we're going to get on it.
All right.
So is there a second to Mr. Irvin's motion for reconsideration? Okay, but that motion dies. Is there another motion?
Let me ask this question before I make a motion.
So if we take action today, is that part of the remedy? I think it is. I think it's part of the remedy because we do have to change the future land use map. We still have to do that.
Correct.
Now, does it need to happen after zoning or, but I think we can do that today. I think.
I would tend to agree, considering that this all does still have to go to council for consideration. That's kind of where I am. Do I think we should potentially reconsider? I'm not up here to make the motions. I'm here to facilitate them. But to your point, I do agree that some level of action should be taken today, because if we bottleneck here, it just takes that much longer to get to council, and then we still get nothing. So it would be in the best interest of not only our body to remedy the issue by taking some level of action, but to also be considerate of the many people that have shown up for these meetings to move this process along. Some level of action is taken to go to city council, which they can then base their decisions off of motions, determinations from this body as recommendations for how they should or should not move forward. And that's what it is. That's my personal position. If I'm out of line, staff, please reel me in. But that is what appears to be the appropriate path forward. Mr. Welch and then Mr. Noah.
Can staff read the recommendation again, please, for the record? Since we got off course.
All right. In the interest of preserving the rural character and intent of Plan 2040 for a desired future growth pattern of low-density suburban residential development, staff recommends approval of the future land use map amendment to reflect a split character area designation of light industrial extending 800 feet to the north and east of the rear property line, and residential general from the front property line adjoining Buckhalter Road and extending 800 feet to the south and west. A proposed amended map has been attached as page 13 of this report. And this is the particular map that staff is proposing.
So, with that information, what we are taking action on today is the future land use map amendment that staff has presented, period. In the event that there's anything else, it would strictly be the reconsideration that was raised by Mr. Irvin that did not pass. So we are back at future land use map amendment, period.
Can I, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Welch.
Continuing, can I ask the lawyer to clarify what he wants?
Well, wait, I don't think it's for us to go on the what he wants. I think he's been very clear in the process that they would prefer this moves up to the street.
I will, Chairman.
And I think we should move accordingly.
Clarification, Mr. Chairman.
One moment. Mr. Noah, Ms. Bowles, Mr. Melder.
I want to make it very clear my position on this case. In no way, shape, or form do I believe we should bisect this property in half. And you talk about a nightmare. When we voted this on the rezoning for this property, it wasn't half of it, it wasn't a third of it, it was all of it.
Okay.
That's what was voted on, and that's what was moved through. And to come back, I mean, I don't even know where you would start to seek development on what was left. I mean, absolutely no way would I support anything other than I believe it was a 200-foot buffer on the other properties to continue around that property.
Okay.
And with that, I don't know what Buckhalter Road right-of-way is, but it's probably 100 feet. I mean, it's pretty wide.
It's not quite that big.
Okay, 80 feet. You're getting 280 feet to the closest as a buffer.
Right.
And to cut this property in half is, I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
And that's perfectly fine, and it is just body's prerogative to not agree with staff and propose what it is that we feel is appropriate. So, again, we'll go Ms. Bowles, we'll go Mr. Melder, Ms. Epstein will stop there, and we need a motion. Because I'm sure everybody would like to get home. You passed? Mr. Melder.
I just want to make a clarification. I believe that, just like any other petition, there was the petition itself, and then a staff recommendation, which I believe in this case differed from the petitioner's request. So I think we have three choices. We can vote to approve staff's recommendation, we can vote to approve the petitioner's request, or we can amend any of those as we feel and pass something differently. Is that
agree.
correct?
I would agree.
Okay.
Ms. Epstein.
It wasn't really spelled out that way, and I can see Mr. Morrow was checking on that, whereas some of our other opportunities gave us a choice of what to do. This one seems to be pretty clear that we're just voting on y'all's version that we're looking at here, whether we're going to approve that or not. Can we, as
Absolutely.
we've discussed?
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am, you can. The MPC has the ability to condition.
All right.
I'd like to make a motion.
We'd like a motion. Ms. Jarrett.
I move that we keep the light industrial zoning throughout the property, but we have a 500-foot buffer from the road.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor made by Ms. Jarrett that we proceed with the amendment. Can we keep it down, please? The future land use map should reflect the subject properties to be fully light industrial, increasing the buffer from the road to 500 feet. Is that correct, Ms. Jarrett? Is there a second? Go ahead, Mr. Noah. Mr. Noah.
Just for clarity, so you're wanting to add more than staff is recommending? Okay.
No, but staff didn't recommend anything.
We got your microphone. Just for clarification, Mr. Morrow, is that not all? Is a 200-foot buffer was a staff recommendation, or was that this body's recommendation? Considering that the ordinance, from my understanding, the ordinance does not require a 200-foot buffer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the next part in this, was the 200-foot buffer initiated by staff or this body?
It was in the previous, actually, I'm going to let Melissa speak to that.
Okay.
Since she.
The map amendment for the request for light industrial for the 10 subject parcels was staff recommended denial, but if the MPC board approved it, there were conditions of a 200-foot buffer and a subdivision requirement, and I believe there was another.
And to change
Of course, the future land use map.
And this is
amendment.
this is a staff recommendation in the event of this future land use map adoption of completely light industrial or the subject parcels, correct?
It was an alternative in case you decided to approve
Right.
and not deny, like
Right.
what we recommended.
Okay, right.
I can stay with
Everybody
the
clear on
motion.
that? Hold on, Mr. Noah. Everybody clear on that? All right, cool. Mr. Noah.
I was just simply going to state the motion, if you would like, from that meeting.
You said, pardon me?
From that meeting that we voted on.
Or you're restating the motion?
The question was what the amendment. or
Okay,
the-
yeah, please.
The motion was based upon the existing zoning pattern. The MPC board motions to approve the requested map amendment with the following conditions. 1, the applicant applies for an amendment to the comprehensive plan prior to moving this agenda item to city council for final approval. 2, a 200-foot densely landscaped buffer around the residentially zoned properties. 3, a recombination plat would be required. And then the vote was taken.
Thank you.
7-4.
Ms. Jarrett.
My understanding was that it was conditional on the future land use map
recommendation by staff. Well, staff has recommended that we have half of it residential and half of it light industrial. The developer's attorney says they're not going to buy that. So when I ask him about the stacking and that type of thing, I heard 350 feet is a good screen. So I went with 500 feet, which is more than we probably need. Maybe 350 would have been a better number. But I think 200 feet, given what I've heard from the people who want to move, and the fact that they do not have the screen that we intended for them to have, we need to increase the screen.
I mean, that is absolutely your prerogative in your motion. Not a problem at all.
Okay.
Whether that will garner a second or not, totally different story. However, I would like for us that we can talk this the rest of the night.
Right.
I am not up for us talking this the rest of the night. I think all of the facts that we can possibly put on the table at this time have been presented. Everybody has nodded in agreement. Everybody has, quite few of you have given verbal cue that you are in agreement with the things that have been stated, correct?
Correct.
We need to take action.
Is Ms. Jarrett changing her motion from 500?
350 feet? I can change my
Would
motion
you
to
change your
350
motion,
feet.
please?
Yes, I changed my motion to
And that 300
everything being light industrial with 350 feet of buffer from the right-of-way, the southern right-of-way of Buckhalter.
Second.
Real quick, let me, Mr. Morrow.
Just thinking down the road, could I just ask for some clarification on the term buffer? Because I know that will be the next discussion.
Hang on. So, based off of the concerns and based off of the previous motion, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Jarrett, because I don't want to put words into your mouth. However, I would assume, I know that's not the best thing to do, but I would assume that the vegetative buffer that was stated in the previous motion voted on in favor would be the buffer that is defined within this 350-foot buffer that is presented in Ms. Jarrett's motion.
Mr.
Ms.
Chairman,
Jarrett, am I correct?
may I offer a friendly amendment so we can be on point on this, to your point?
Ms. Jarrett, would you?
A friendly amendment that would read to change the future land use map to include light industrial from the southern parts of these parcels to the boundary of Buckhalter Road, and to include a 350-foot heavily vegetated barrier from Buckhalter Road and any other residential properties
That-
to the,
I accept that friendly amendment.
if you accept that friendly amendment.
All right. So do we have a second on Mr. Melder's amendment?
Second.
All right, so we're going to do a voice vote on Mr. Melder's amendment. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So we got two that's opposed? So let the record state that we have two opposed to the amendment. That was Irvin, and was that you, Mr. Noah?
Yep.
Mr. Noah and Mr. Irvin. They are opposed to the amendment.
And who seconded? Because
Ms.
she wasn't speaking into
Bowles,
the
that was
mic.
you that seconded the amendment, correct? So the amendment was made by Mr. Melder, seconded by Ms. Bowles, and Lord knows I'm not even sure how to repeat that motion. But I will try. As of right now, my understanding that the new motion on the floor that was made by Ms. Jarrett, seconded by Ms. Bowles, amended by Mr. Melder, is for the future land use map to be updated to light industrial up to Buckhalter Road.
That's right.
With a heavily vegetative 350-foot buffer, as well as the buffer should be continuous along any residential properties that butts the light industrial designation. Am I correct?
Yes.
As well as Buckhalter Road.
As well as Buckhalter Road. Any discussion on said motion? Okay, cool. Yeah, there's no further discussion needed. I think we're there.
Let's do it.
Let's go ahead and entertain a vote. Mr. Welch.
Yes.
Mr. Wildwoody. Oh, he's gone. I apologize. Mr. Notrika.
Yes.
Mr. Noah,
Yes.
Mr. Melder,
Yes.
Ms. Jarrett,
Yes.
Mr. Irvin,
No.
Ms. Epstein,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Ms. Amick.
Yes.
I too vote yes. That motion carries. Project is approved with all of those stipulations. All right, let's move to this next item on this agenda, and that is presentations. There are none. Let's move to the next item, that is other business. There is none.
Motion
There is no executive session. Let me get there, please. I know we're eager, but let me get there. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Meeting is adjourned.